Academy.
Correct, I did.
And then did you receive standardized training through the department as you came up in the ranks?
Yes, your regular quarterly in services, and I was actually trained by the Aurora Police Department through our academy, much like many of our other officers are.
And then as trainings come out that are new or updated, how do you keep up with them after you've already sort of done the initial trainings?
With the training,
Yes, sir.
well, we have quarterly in services, at least usually 4 a year, at least, well, 3 or 4 a year, depending on whether COVID was occurring or not. But that's how we keep up with our training. And then also there's sometimes training videos kicked out and that sort of thing, just to keep everybody current, because we do have we are post certified. So we have to maintain certain trainings that to be every so often. Like for instance, like DUI has to be every couple of years and that sort of thing. So there's constantly training going on.
And then what is the additional training in terms of the sergeant duties? Was that something different you had referenced?
Right. So when you're testing, getting ready to become a sergeant, you have a 2-week period where you go to a sergeant's class. Essentially, it's kind of like what we did at the beginning, but it means more now because you understand the process, because the minimum time is 5 years to become a sergeant. I was 13 years as an officer before I even became a sergeant. So I've been an officer a long time. You take the 2-week training class to become a sergeant. And then once you make the list, you do we call it a 2-week ride. And that's essentially a 2-week training period where you actually ride with a training sergeant like I am now. And they kind of teach you all the ins and outs of the paperwork and duties. And there's an extensive list of things we have to train new sergeants on.
Okay. In addition to you training new sergeants, what are your duties as a sergeant?
Well, I work patrol. So as a patrol officer sergeant, I manage the road. So essentially, I'm out on patrol just like an officer would be. I spend a little more time triaging the calls, determining the priorities of things. I can downgrade calls if there's not an active thing in progress. I field questions from the officers who call me who may be on a call that I'm not on, asking me questions. It could be a variety of things like I have this thing and this is how I want to handle it. Do you agree with me, or do we need to call another, like a detective group, to see if they have other input and that sort of thing. So that's going on. I read reports. I manage critical incidents. Anything that has more than 2 officers going, I'm probably going to as well, because that means that it could be an escalated situation. It's in progress. My truck, I carry the extra tools, like rams and pries to get into places, that sort of thing. So yeah, so we're pretty active.
Okay. And based on what you just described, in your role, is there a process where patrol officers can consult with you if they have questions about how to implement their training or how to respond to a certain situation?
Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
And is it sort of part of your role to provide guidance and answer those questions?
Yes.
And are a lot of these situations very fluid or dynamic where, officers have questions or seek that assistance?
On a routine call, that's something that's like not maybe in progress or has already been settled down. Yeah, if I'm not there, they'll call me. Yes.
In your, did you say 20 years? Did I get that down right?
Yes, ma'am.
In your 20 years in law enforcement, have you dealt with calls involving the use of force?
Yes.
Have you dealt with calls involving a suspect or a subject being detained by officers?
Yes.
Are those the kinds of calls that you are sometimes called to as a sergeant to assist with?
Matter of fact, it's required. So yeah.
Why is that required? Can you explain that process?
So as sergeants, and we're basically managing the road, the calls, and the officers around the road. So if there's an escalated situation, or what we're talking about now, a use of force of some sort, a sergeant, first line supervisor, which is what we are, has to respond in order to conduct an internal administrative investigation, which is what we do when we arrive secondary. Sometimes I'm already there. I may be observing it as it happens. It just depends on what the call is. But we have to do an internal investigation on the use of force, where we submit our findings. We talk to witnesses that were there, perhaps. We review the videos, and we come up with a synopsis to present to my next level, my next chain of my command, and that goes through our process that reviews all of our uses of force.
Just generally speaking, when you are called out to any kind of scene in progress, is there an opportunity to interact with officers who are present at the scene?
Sometimes, but not always.
How many officers are under your direct command?
So my team, my current actual team is 7 officers, but I may manage way more than that at any given moment.
Well, I was just going to ask you, how does it work when you respond to a scene and there are officers working a call who are not under your direct command?
So if I understand the question, is like kind of how it works. So like, for instance, I work a power shift now. So I come on at 11 o'clock. So there's already officers working day shift. There's probably 5, 6, 7 of them. My team of 7 comes on at 11, and then another swing shift comes on at 2. So say the first call where use of force comes out, like say 3 o'clock, I may have officers from day shift, power shift, my team, and officers that work a swing shift that work for somebody else, but I may still be managing them if I'm the supervisor on scene.
Got it. And so it's not just officers under your direct command, but just sort of given the chain of command in any given instance.
Correct. And if the incident is big enough, we may have officers from other districts. There could be even Denver officers or other districts. I mean, these things are very dynamic and they can involve officers from other places and sometimes people I don't even know.
Gotcha. I want to talk to you about the night of August 24th, 2019. Do you remember that night?
I do.
You, of course, do you remember this case?
I do.
Do you recall responding to a call by officers related to a gentleman named Elijah McClain?
I do.
Were you on duty that night?
I was.
Were you working in the role of a sergeant that night?
Yes.
And based upon what you have described, were you working in this role of sort of managing the road and various calls?
Yes.
How long at that time had you been a sergeant, Sergeant Leonard?
2019, I was probably 3.5, 4 years at the time.
I'm just curious, are you aware of anyone else who responded to this call who was more senior than you or?
Sergeant Nunez, she would actually been more senior than me.
How did you become involved in responding to this particular call?
That night, I was the only sergeant working on our side of the Inmar district. Our department, the city's broke up into districts. I work in District 2. This event happened in District 2. But that night in District 1, prior to this, we had just had a homicide. So the District 1 officers and the captain that was working that night, Captain Redfern, were busy on that call. I was aware of this. And we actually had an in-progress burglary call come out in District 1 that I responded to. And I was actually in District 1 when this other event, when the Elijah McClain event occurred.
We had discussed how sometimes there are briefings about what, for an oncoming shift. Do you ever participate in briefings for oncoming shifts?
Yes, ma'am.
So was there any briefing about these other calls that were occurring prior to Graveyard, or did they occur after the briefing?
Speculation and lack of personal knowledge.
Response.
Well, I'm asking him if he participated in any. So if I need to reframe the question, I can.
Okay, if you'll rephrase it in that fashion.
Certainly. Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Leonard, did you participate in any way in any briefings prior to your shift that night?
Our shift, every shift generally has a briefing prior at the beginning of our shift.
Okay. So in terms of what's going on when you become aware of the situation, were you on a call related to a homicide? Is that what you said?
No, what I was explaining that I was in a different, I was not in my own district working at the moment the Elijah McClain call came in. I was in District 1 working on an in-progress burglary with my officers because all the District 1 officers were working on the homicide. So we can move about the city, right? We're responding. I have some guys with me responding to a call in a different district.
Were there these other calls going on, sort of contemporaneous things that you're doing?
Yes, because I'm also the watch commander in my district that night as well, which means I'm the acting lieutenant.
How did you first learn about this particular call? Where did you hear it?
I heard it over the radio.
And what did you hear, if you can recall?
I remember hearing a call of a suspicious party.
Do you recall hearing anything about officers requesting backup?
I just heard officers getting on the radio saying they were responding.
What prompted you to respond to the call?
Well, shortly after the call came out, an officer gets on the radio and says, request ambulance and officers to expedite getting there.
You heard a request for an ambulance or for medical?
Correct.
How long did it take you to get there from where you were coming?
So, I mean, it would be hard to estimate, but it probably took me a minute to a minute and a half from where I was running at code, which means lights and sirens, to get to where they were from where I was.
Do you recall when you arrived on scene? And when I say on scene, does it make sense to you that I'm talking about a person being restrained on the ground? Do you recall that?
I do.
When you arrived to the area where this person was being restrained, what did you see?
What I saw 3 officers that I recognized, that I knew that were in the grassy area, just east. Sorry, they were just the grassy area is west of the apartment complex before you get to the road, and they were looked to be trying to gain control over an individual on the ground.
Did you see the individual move?
There was a lot of movement. There was still flailing around, and they were actively trying to control him. Yes,
Do you know Officer Nathan Woodyard?
I do.
Were you his supervisor at the time?
I was not his direct supervisor.
Okay. Had you worked with him previously in
I
any
had-
fashion?
We crossed shifts, so that I had been out on calls with him, but I wouldn't routinely be supervising him.
What about the other 2 officers who were present? Did you supervise them?
Officer Rosenblatt and Officer Odema, they crossed with me one day a week on Saturdays at that time, based on how our shifts overlap. And I crossed with so this is August, so we changed teams in January. So I'd worked with them like a day a week for probably 7, 8 months, but that doesn't include like time off and vacation stuff. So I know them and I've been on calls with them, but I wouldn't say I knew them well.
Okay. Do you recall with any specificity what it is Mr. Woodyard was doing when you arrived and first saw him?
Well, it was very chaotic in those moments, and I'm trying to like assess what I'm seeing and what's going on. And so I get there, and what I believe I remember saying is Officer Woodyard was at Elijah's head, and then Officers Rodem and Rosenblatt were trying to control his lower body to get the handcuffs on. That's what I recall, to the best of my knowledge.
Understood. Understanding that you recall where Officer Woodyard was positioned, did you see him using any force or doing anything other than what you've just described?
I can't say. They were just struggling to get the handcuffs on, and these moments are very chaotic and it's dynamic. And I'm just arriving to what I know has probably been a violent encounter. So I'm just trying to soak in what I'm observing and seeing what needs to happen next.
Were you ever provided information from anyone that a carotid hold had been used?
I did get that information.
And how quickly did you get that information?
Well, like as I testified in the grand jury, is like when I get there, basically all the officers want to tell me what has just happened, which is very typical in a violent encounter. The officers do want to immediately like explain things. That happens even on simple uses of force. So they want to tell you like, this just happened. This is why we're doing this. So I think all 3 of them were trying to explain to me what had just occurred, basically kind of at the same time.
Do you remember who said what exactly?
I don't remember precisely what is said. Of course, I have reviewed the video, but at the time, my perception was that Officer Woodyard had attempted to put a carotid control on Elijah McClain, but was not successful. But my belief was that Officer Rosenblatt had been able to get some control over him, and that's how they got the handcuffs, got him enough control to get the handcuffs on. Was what I believed at the time.
And what in that moment where you are being told that a carotid hold was used, what is the protocol in terms of the follow-up to that? Are you aware?
The protocol is once we get them under control, is to check to make sure that they're breathing and that there's a pulse, and obviously rescue first. We always call for rescue, which they had already done, and I was aware of that because I'd already heard it on the radio, which is why I expedited my getting there, is because I'd already heard the request for fire. So I knew that something had just happened, and I figured it had been some sort of fight, because would be a typical thing for officers to do.
When you say check for breathing, check for pulse, is that the same procedure, or can you explain what you mean by that requirement?
Well, in our training, when we we train the carotid almost every year, because when we were still using it. So that process would be basically just to put your hand near their nose and mouth. And then if you could, if possible, try to get a pulse on the hand, because you don't want, because you just put pressure on their neck to use the carotid. So you don't want to do that. So you might try to get it on their wrist.
Did you observe anybody do that?
The breathing, yes, they were consciously and actively watching the way he was breathing. I can't say I ever saw for sure anybody actually taking a radial pulse.
Did you ever attempt to take a pulse?
I did not.
Did you ask officers whether they had taken the pulse?
I don't recall asking that.
Based on what you were seeing, did you have concerns about whether it was necessary to take a pulse?
I did not think it was necessary because he was talking.
Did anyone report to you that Mr. McClain had at some time earlier complained that he couldn't breathe?
I don't remember that.
Did you make any observations in your arrival immediately that there was any concern about, in your mind, based on your observations, that Mr. McClain may have been having difficulty breathing?
He did not appear to have difficulty breathing.
Did you hear him ever say, "I can't breathe," in your presence when you arrived?
I don't remember ever hearing that, no.
Did it appear to you that anything was obstructing his ability to breathe physically?
No.
When you arrived, was he in the recovery position?
They were trying to, soon after they got him in handcuffs, they did place him in the recovery position. But initially when I arrived, he's still down, face down.
Did you see him placed into the recovery position?
Yes,
Is he clearly on his side?
yes.
And is that when Mr. Woodyard was still present?
Mr. Woodyard, I believe he leaves that position once he's relatively under control and has stopped moving around quite so much. That's when Officer Woodyard removes himself.
And at that moment, was Mr. McClain in the recovery position?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't remember exactly.
Do you remember him talking to officers in that moment?
I remember him talking quite a bit, yes.
Who else was present when you arrived, Sergeant Leonard, if you can recall?
There's 3 officers, and then momentarily after I arrive, Officer Green arrives, and then shortly thereafter, other officers, including Sergeant Nunez, come.
Do you remember what Officer Green did when he arrived?
I don't. It was very busy. I don't recall specifically what Officer Green was doing now.
If Officer Green ever participated in the restraints of Mr. McClain, do you not recall that?
At one point, yes, Officer Rosenblatt asked to be relieved. That wasn't something we did at the time. We did not. Usually we follow the procedure, basically like you catch it, you clean it, which basically if this was your situation, you stayed with it. And that's how we always did business at that time. These officers are shook. They're obviously visibly shooken up by this fight that had just occurred, and they asked for relief, which is something that we now do as a policy, but we did not do at the time. So Officer Rosenblatt asked me to be relieved, and I did place Officer Green at his feet to control his feet.
So that was something that was acceptable at the time, even if not formal policy.
Absolutely.
It has become formal policy.
It was such a good idea, it has become formal policy.
Sustained. The court will order that answer be stricken.
At the time, did you permit, as the sergeant, Officer Rosenblatt to be relieved essentially and switch with another officer?
Yes.
When Officer Woodyard left, did you see him leave?
I don't have a conscious memory of him leaving. I do remember that he removed himself, but I had a lot of other things going on. So I wasn't like, I did know that he had removed himself, and he appeared like that was a good idea, and I thought it was appropriate.
So my next question was going to be at what point you noticed or realized that Mr. Woodyard was no longer present with Mr. McClain. You did not signal him to come back.
No, I didn't.
And that also presented to you as appropriate under these circumstances.
Yes, ma'am.
I had asked you some questions about the carotid hold and you referenced it. Is that, as a sergeant, something that you were trained to do once upon a time?
Yes,
And are you familiar with the general training that officers receive about performing a carotid hold?
yes,
And you do recall that the officers in this case, upon your arrival, were discussing with you?
yes.
In terms of assessing someone after the carotid hold, do police officers have any medical equipment or other training to help someone?
We literally have no medical training whatsoever, like none.
So what do you mean by that?
We are trained on how to use the tourniquet and combat gauze if someone has a deep wound. And that is about the sum total of our training for medical issues. Our training is basically to put people in a recovery position and wait for the medical professionals to arrive, which is fire and the ambulance.
I'd like to just ask you a couple questions about some slides, Sergeant, if we could. I'm going to ask to publish People's Exhibit and include some training slides. 281. Got to warm up the technology. I apologize.
Is it possible to get some water?
Yeah. Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
I apologize for the technical difficulties. What I want to draw your attention to, and I think we'll hopefully be able to get it up there. Do you recall trainings where officers are given some information about positional restraints, Sergeant Leonard?
Are you talking about positional asphyxia?
Yes, sir.
So yes, we get that training and it's directly involved with, it's an offshoot of our excited delirium training. So that's a term that isn't liked very much anymore, but it did mean, it means something to us because as police officers, we see it and we experience people in this state. And so excited delirium and this positional asphyxia kind of go hand in hand so that someone who's in positional, we have to prevent positional asphyxia. That's why we use the recovery position so that the person can breathe and not be laying on top, like on their tummy where they can't really breathe, they can't discharge anything from their mouth, or on their back with the same kind of problems. So we do have that training and that's why we use the recovery position.
Okay. So this particular slide, do you have any idea how often an officer would have received this training or seen this slide?
It's part of the carotid PowerPoint. So my memory is that we basically got that training pretty much every year, but during COVID, I think we got out of whack for a couple of years because we weren't meeting in person. We were doing everything like online, but that's something we probably saw at least yearly.
Okay, so maybe once a year, this is a training that every officer would have.
Yes, it's included.
But isn't this training police officers on how to recognize metabolic and respiratory acidosis?
It is, but without any further medical training, which we have none, we wouldn't necessarily be conscious of this.
Response.
Your Honor, I'm asking him the context of this slide as it's received by a police officer, and I can reframe it to his perception of it, but it goes to rebut this medical training evidence and to put it into context. So it goes to state of mind of the listener of the training.
Oh, it's the, that would be relevant to this witness's state of mind. So the objection sustained.
I will rephrase, Your Honor. Thank you. So as a sergeant, is part of your role to sort of ensure that officers are up to date and understand what is required in the training?
The training is conducted by the academy. They are responsible for that and making sure that that is done. I'm not personally responsible for that at all. But my understanding is that in order for it to be a current police officer, we've all had the training. So it's included in just to be able to do your daily job.
Understood. And so am I correct that this is the same training that you received for purposes of being a police officer?
It looks like the same training, yes.
Okay. So just in terms of your experience at this particular scene, do you know how to check someone's oxygen level?
I do not.
If someone is in metabolic acidosis, do you know how to recognize that?
Other than what it talks about is that someone's condition declines, that would be my only indicator, but I would not necessarily say I would recognize metabolic and respiratory acidosis per se, because I'm not medically trained, but I would recognize that their condition is deteriorating, yes.
Okay. And are you certain that you would always recognize if someone's condition was deteriorating?
Excuse me?
Are you certain that you could?
Sustained.
In this particular case, did you have concerns that Mr. McClain's condition was deteriorating?
Yes.
Okay. Are those concerns that you had at the time or that you have now, having sort of reviewed the information in hindsight?
I had it then and I still have it now.
Okay. So when you had those concerns, what did, if anything, did you do?
I kept checking with the officers that were still with him to make sure that he was on his side and that he was breathing. And I continually requested asking dispatch, where is fire and why aren't they here yet?
So even where you develop concerns or have some recognition of these medical issues, what, if anything, are you trained to do?
We're not trained to do anything but keep him in the recovery position.
Were you able to maintain a constant visual of Mr. McClain while you were present?
I was able, but I was moving about and I was giving officers other jobs to do. And in addition to that, I'm on the phone on several different occasions talking to both Captain Redfern and the acting Lieutenant Swart. So I'm doing that. And I'm also managing the rest of the city because I have other things going on as well as this call because I'm the acting watch commander. So even though you can't hear it on my body camera, I'm doing many other things. I am basically I am present and I am actually paying attention, but I have other duties that I'm also attending to at the same time.
And so while if we are watching body camera from the scene, does that necessarily tell us what you saw?
No,
Are you able to see what might be viewable by other officers' body cameras in real time
it's possible, sure. If I was looking in that direction and paying attention, yeah.
from multiple different angles all at once?
Not all at once. No, of course not. No, sorry.
Um, Did you ever see Mr. McClain come out of the recovery position for any substantial amount of time?
Not a substantial amount of time, but he was still moving and flailing and he was able to move officers off of him on several occasions.
Could you tell if he was trying to breathe versus whether he was struggling? Could you tell what was going on with the movement?
So in order to give context to this answer, having been on many fights, scenes where officers have fought people, and including myself having fought people in very dangerous situations, immediately after the fight, your primary goal is to get the person under control, get fire to come, and then maintain that position until fire arrives. So subjects having been in a fight, you would imagine that they'd still be in the same state of mind. They still are fighting. They don't want to go to jail. They don't want to be in custody. They want to escape. So,
Well, I don't mean to be rude interrupting you, but let me just ask you, it sounds like, do you always have all the information about what a person is doing or why?
I rarely have all the information.
When you saw that continued movement, who was restraining Mr. McClain, if you can recall?
Officer Rodima.
Anyone else?
I think Officer Green was at his feet.
And did Officer Rosenblatt participate in restraining him at the beginning of when you arrived?
In the very beginning, but he soon removed himself along with Officer Woodyard.
Did Officer Ward ever participate in the restraints?
I don't recall it and by memory, but I do know it after reviewing the hearing, going through the grand jury hearing stuff. I know that she was involved in some restraint, but I don't like necessarily recall it at the time.
Who was giving instructions to other officers about how to restrain Mr. McClain, if you can recall?
I don't believe anybody was giving instructions. We were just, I was just making sure that he was remaining on his side, and I continued to check that he was in a recovery position on his side and that he could breathe.
Do you not recall, or do you recall Officer Rodima ever giving officers instructions?
He did, I think, early on when they were still trying to get him into custody, and early in the moments when he was still struggling pretty violently. But other than that, things settled down after that, and Officer Rodima basically maintained the control.
What about Officer Woodyard? Did you ever hear him give anyone any instructions?
I don't recall that.
I had asked you where you first saw Officer Woodyard, and we talked about that. Do you know how long he remained near Mr. McClain after your arrival?
It wasn't very long, but couldn't tell you how long it was.
Did you see him saying anything to Mr. McClain?
I do not recall that.
Did you ever see other officers speaking with Mr. McClain?
Other than myself,
Yes, sir.
I don't remember anybody asking him any questions.
With respect to Mr. Woodyard, after he removed himself, which we have discussed, did you ever see him re-engage or come back and assist in restraints at any time?
No.
In that regard, did Officer Woodyard remain the primary officer for purposes of scene management?
No.
How is it decided sort of who takes over? Is that a specific decision or does it sometimes just evolve?
Like I explained a little bit ago, that it is an evolving thing, but generally in 2019, the way we conducted police business was that the officers that were originally there, who originally were handling it, would remain in control of that situation until either we take them to jail or they got on the ambulance or whatever happened next.
I wanted to just ask you a couple more questions if it's possible to get those slides. Sorry to be a pain on that. With respect to what officers are told about positional asphyxia on those slides, does that train officers? You were talking about putting someone in a recovery position.
Mhm.
We were shown this slide. I wanted to look at the ones that follow. Does this kind of encapsulate what you were describing about how to position someone after a period of physical exertion? Laying a person on their stomach is not ideal, right?
Correct.
And that using a hog tie amplifies the situation even more, right?
It does.
We could look at the next slide. And so the slide that's given to officers on how to avoid positional asphyxia tells them do not hog tie, right?
Correct.
Tells them do not apply weight to a resistive subject once he is restrained,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
Okay. And here's what you're discussing, trying to get the person on their side, right?
Mhm.
Is it always possible to keep someone in a perfect recovery position?
No, not if they're squirming around and kicking. No.
Again, do you always, can you recognize why they might be squirming around and
Of
kicking?
course not.
So is there any training in addition to what we've seen about further evaluation about why a person might be moving after exertion? Is there anything else officers are told about that other than just don't hogtie them?
No.
I want to ask you a little bit more about your observations of Mr. McClain. When you arrived, Sergeant Leonard, did you kind of stand right over where he was being restrained on the ground? Do you recall that?
I was near, but the officers were, like I talked about, were communicating what had just happened, trying to get me informed. But of course, they were all kind of talking over each other. But I was trying to absorb the information they're giving to me. I was standing near him, but I don't remember like necessarily hovering over him until I actually leaned down and talked to him.
Perfect. So in the beginning, how far away, if you can, would you estimate you were from him?
Several feet.
Okay. And did you make sort of a visual assessment of him?
Yes.
Okay. And upon the initial visual assessment of him, and I've asked you this just now, but I want to establish a chronology. Any concerns that you noticed about him potentially being in medical distress
At that moment, no.
at that point? Why not?
He was moving around. He was speaking. He was appeared to be conscious. There was no other concerns at that point. I did know, obviously, we were waiting for fire to get there. I anticipated them to get there quickly. That's what we were waiting for.
Were you concerned about the length of time it was taking fire?
I am. As time goes on, I get increasingly worried about it. Yes,
Were you asking about where fire was, or?
I do multiple times on the radio.
So at the beginning of the observations with Mr. McClain, do you remember at all what he was saying?
Let me context that. So at the time, and according to my report, which I have reviewed, I did not I was not consciously aware of what he was saying to me. Having reviewed the video, I understand he was actually completely answering the sentences and responding to what the officers were telling me, like literally blurting, and he was like responding to those very questions or the answers that they were giving. So at the time, I didn't perceive that was happening, but I know that now that's what was occurring. I think subconsciously I knew he was okay at this time, early in the contact. And so I'm just trying to assess the information the officers are giving me.
Okay. At some point, you had said that you attempted to speak with him. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. Several minutes in, I actually am leaned over and I'm talking to him, and I think I'm showing concern. I'm concerned for him. I want to know information from him personally, what he had been doing that night, if he consumed any drugs or anything else, alcohol, whatever, anything that could help me to, advise fire about what he tells me. And he just basically tells me weed or MJ, basically what I got out of that.
You remember him responding to that question at that
Yeah.
time? Did it appear to you that he was having some difficulty speaking at that time?
It seemed that he was having this is minutes later, like we've been there for a while. He does appear to be starting to have difficulty talking, yes.
When you said you leaned over, can you describe how close you got to him or what you mean by that?
Oh, I'm pretty close to his face. I mean, I'm pretty near, a foot and a half or something, so close.
What was the purpose of doing that, Sergeant?
A couple of things. One, to let him know that I'm showing care, that I'm interested in helping him. I want to help him. I'm telling him I want to help him. I truly want to. And at the same time, trying to understand what he's telling me. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm in the moment, trying to make sure I can get the information I need.
And are these the kinds of questions that you would typically ask someone before fire arrives?
Yes. Yeah.
When you are down near him, having this exchange with him, at that point, did you have any concerns that he was unable to breathe?
Oh, he was still breathing. I mean, he was talking to me. So yeah, I didn't have any concerns about his breathing.
There's nothing that you could tell just based on.
Nothing that I could tell. No. He wasn't struggling to breathe, if that's the question. Yeah.
At that moment, were you thinking that he could be hypoxic?
That would have never crossed my mind,
Why not?
because we don't think in medical terms like that.
Were you thinking that he might be suffering from some kind of acidosis?
That's not a term I would have thought of either.
Would you have thought about these slides?
I would have thought about the slides, yes, that his overall condition seemed to be deteriorating. Yes. In an overall view, yes, I could recognize that.
Anything you can do besides call fire?
Nothing else that we can do.
What about sit him up and
So now we do. So interesting enough,
Let me just ask you about back
at
then.
that time, we did not set people up, and we never would have. He had just been in a violent fight with officers. My knowledge is that he had tried to attempt to take a gun from an officer, which means that his intentions were nefarious at best.
Sustained. And I'll direct the witness to just answer the question that's
Sure.
asked.
In this moment, as the sergeant who's noticing these things and trying to get information, did you believe that you had the option to sort of sit him up or manipulate him in some way?
No,
Was there anything else that you were aware of that you could have done or any other officer could have done to try to figure out a medical diagnosis?
no,
Did you know that he was throwing up?
I had seen at some point, I do notice the mask to the side that he had been reported to have been wearing. I did notice that there appeared to be vomit inside of it, and I noted that in my report. At what point during my time on the scene did I saw that? I couldn't exactly tell you.
Did you know to tell that to the paramedics?
I believe I did, yes.
Did you report verbally to paramedics that he had been seen vomiting? Do you remember doing that?
Not seen vomiting, no.
Was there vomit on the ground when paramedics arrived?
Just in the, I believe just in the balaclava.
Did he appear to still be vomiting? when
Not that I
par-
remember.
When the paramedics arrived, what did they do?
Well, when they get there, I contact the one with the medical bag and just tell him briefly that the carotid control had been placed on him, and and that's basically what I tell them, and they walk over to him.
Did you instruct other officers to kind of one by one, just everybody tell paramedics everything?
No, that wouldn't be our normal procedure.
Is it sort of part of scene management that you're trying to give a streamlined presentation to paramedics?
So they're come,
Sustained.
When paramedics arrive, how is the information presented to them? Is that everybody at once, or tell us how that
it
works?
varies, but in this case, you see me go up, talk to them as they're coming forward. And I have a very brief, because they're moving and they're walking and I'm walking towards them, briefly that we had attempted the carotid control on him, which tells them, because they're trained too, they know that there has been restriction of blood flow to his brain. So therefore possible loss of consciousness. That in that one statement, they know all of that.
I was going to ask you, what is the purpose of telling them that a carotid control hold was used? Was that what you just sort of
Yes,
answered?
ma'am. Mhm.
Once the paramedics were there, did you observe any paramedic or EMS or any medical person attempt to interact with Mr. McClain?
No,
Is that because the officers were preventing them from doing that?
no,
If a paramedic had requested the ability to observe or assess Mr. McClain, would you have prevented that in this instance?
no.
Who makes the decisions once the medical people there about how to assess Mr. McClain?
Medical people do.
On this particular day, did you ever tell the paramedics, you can't look at him right now? Because
No, of course not.
Were you concerned about the deteriorating condition after paramedics arrived?
Yes,
Did anyone express that to paramedics?
they're in charge once they arrive. No one, I don't know if anybody expressed anything to them.
In terms of your state of mind, is that something that you think they are better able to assess?
Yes,
When paramedics arrived, do you know where Mr. Woodyard was?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing him near?
I could say, I think I remember he's in the area. I believe he's still on scene, but I am not keeping track of where Mr. Woodyard is now.
At some point, Sergeant Leonard, do you recall Mr. Woodyard's sergeant arriving on scene also?
Yes,
Can you tell us what that means in terms of the scene management?
It's a shared responsibility.
And what does that mean in terms of the supervisory roles for Mr. Woodyard that his sergeant's on scene, if anything?
It would just be more likely that she would take over contact with him since he'd removed himself. It would be perfectly normal for him to go to confer with her because that is his direct supervisor.
Did you hear her call him away?
I didn't.
Did you see him go with her?
I do.
Did you have any concerns about Sergeant Nunez breaking protocol or removing an officer?
No.
Did you think that was appropriate for her to be interacting with him in this way?
Yes.
I know I'm asking you some questions a different way, but do you know where they went?
I don't.
Did you lose visual of them?
I just wasn't paying attention to that. I had more important things to worry about.
Understood. How far away they went, is that something that you know?
Well, in the video, I can see on my body camera at one point they're, I think they're in the road or near the sidewalk. So they're nearby in my video. So, but was I consciously aware at the moment? I can't say that I was.
And based upon your own recollection, do you know if they are always seen on video?
Oh, what's that?
Well, that was a bad question. Based upon your own recollection, without referring to what you may have seen on the video, do you have any idea to know how far away they were at any given time?
I don't need to know. So I wouldn't have been paying, I really wouldn't have been something I would have been consciously worried about.
Not asking where they went or why they left or anything like that.
Mm-mm.
As Mr. McClain appeared to be potentially deteriorating to you, and let me ask, did you know that for sure, or was it just a concern that you had?
It's just a concern I had.
When did you first notice that, if you can remember?
Well, we had been on scene, it seemed like eternity. I've already asked for a fire at least once or twice. I even give them a recommendation of where to come in to get to us more easily and more quickly. We're somewhere, obviously, in those moments, based on what I'm doing, and I'm practically begging dispatch to go, where the heck is fire at? That I'm obviously, my concern, without stating like I'm concerned, I can tell this by my voice and the things I remember that I was greatly concerned because of the things we've already looked at on this board, this positional asphyxia piece. Not calling it acidosis, I'm not even thinking that, but I'm realizing that he does seem to be deteriorating. He's not speaking clearly. He seems to be less interactive because he had been very interactive at first and now he's not. So it's meeting all those training points that we just looked at on this board.
And as you're making that observation in your own mind, when you notice that, do you know who else was with you?
There are people around. There's officers there. I'm not sure what the question is.
Do you know if Officer Woodyard was there at that time?
I don't recall him being there.
I had asked you questions about anything that you might have identified that you could have done. Is there anything that you could have directed another officer to do to address your concerns about Mr. McClain's condition at that time?
No.
Do you remember if at any time Officer Woodyard sort of came back to the vicinity of where Mr. McClain was?
I believe after he was put on the gurney, I remember him being there and I speak to them, all three officers.
Sort of after medical is there?
Yes.
Do you remember whether Officer Woodyard actually assisted in any way in loading?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall that you stepped up to help with that?
I did.
What was the purpose of assisting with that?
We needed people just to lift the board to get him on the gurney. So I was there and I had been watching. I had assisted. He was kicking at that point, and Officer Green, I was worried about getting kicked in the face. So I actually just placed my foot on his ankle just to keep his foot from flailing around. But other than that, I just helped put him on the gurney.
helping Mr. McClain onto the gurney a form of aid, or why were you?
Absolutely, sure.
Do you recall when you learned that Mr. McClain, I think the language that we see in police reports is cord out, is that right?
Core zero is a term that the medical people use that we recognize, meaning that the party's unresponsive.
Do you recall when that happened in this case?
I believe I was myself, Sergeant Nunez and Alicia Ward were inside the apartment complex looking for witnesses. And I believe I heard over the radio, I believe that he had just cored. Is what the dispatch tells me, that because fire tells them, and then they tell us it's like kind of, it's not directly. They don't tell me directly. I just hear it over the radio.
Do you know where he was?
He was in the ambulance.
Did you see him receive an injection of ketamine?
I believe I was there. I wasn't paying attention to that piece. Once again, I'm not in charge. Fire is in charge. They are doing whatever they do. That's their wheelhouse, not mine.
Just have one moment if I could. I had asked just a couple quick follow-up questions about who was sort of running the scene, if you will. Would you agree that Officer Rodima was directing the restraint of Mr. McClain?
Yes.
Does Officer Rodima have more seniority than other officers at the scene?
I believe Officer Rodima he was the most senior officer on that scene. Yeah.
Do you know how long Mr. Woodyard had been on the force at the time?
Precisely, I mean, I'd be saying 3 to 5 years, but I couldn't tell you exactly.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have for now.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
I'd like to talk a little bit about your experience with the different responsibilities of Aurora Police Department officers. You mentioned you've been an officer there for 20 years
Yes.
and at least the last 6 as a sergeant.
Yes,
You also train new sergeants
I do.
and you brief patrol officers on updates to the APD policies.
On occasion, yes.
Okay. You go through some of the same trainings that they do.
We all train the same.
And you've been a field training officer too for about 4 years.
Much longer than that, actually.
About how long?
Almost 10.
Almost 10. All right. So it'd be fair to say that you're very familiar with APD's policies and training?
Yes.
Fair to say that you're familiar with the kinds of challenges that APD officers face in the real field?
Yes.
Challenges like officer safety,
Correct.
challenges like suspect safety,
Correct.
and challenges like safety to the public at large.
Sure.
Fair to say that those safety concerns are the top priority of both you and your officers?
Yes.
You're also familiar with other challenges they face on the administrative side of things, like challenges in writing reports,
Hmm.
deciding, on explanations for charging decisions or why you stop somebody,
Correct.
and searching people after they've been detained. These sorts of administrative challenges are things that people also face, right?
Correct.
And those are important, but they're not as important as that number one priority of safety, right?
That's always the most important.
So I want to talk about the expectations that APD and that you set for your officers, both on the scene and in general. You want your officers to be building trust in the community, fair?
Fair.
Trust with the people that they contact in every circumstance.
I'd say yes.
And APD tells its officers that they shouldn't go hands-on with a citizen when it's practicable to just have a conversation with them instead.
That's part of our policy now, yes.
Yeah. Well, it was also part of your policy back in 2019.
Okay.
It was?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a name for that idea of having a conversation whenever it's practicable instead of grabbing somebody. It's called de-escalation, right?
Mm-hmm. De-escalation. Yes.
And de-escalation, that's mandatory under APD policies whenever it's practicable, correct?
Yes.
And that's memorialized in a directive 5.3 where it says exactly that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And part of de-escalation is waiting to grab somebody until it's not practicable to just have a conversation or de-escalate, right?
Yes.
And your officers are aware of the reasoning behind that, right? I mean, like Koga teaches them that if they grab somebody, that person is likely to react.
That's correct.
And that's just human nature, fight or flight type of stuff, right?
Right.
Those reactions from somebody can sometimes make the situation more dangerous if they're scared or worried,
Or if they're armed.
or if they're armed.
Yes.
And that's another reason that de-escalation is so important, is even if somebody is armed, you want to avoid creating those dangerous situations.
Correct.
So this idea of de-escalation, in your experience, it can make a big difference in contacts, can't it?
Yes.
Fair to say it's one of the most important things that officers can do?
It is a very important tool. Yes.
I'd like to talk a little bit now about the events of August 24th of 2019. Now, you were the first person on the scene besides Mr. Rosenblatt, Redema, and Woodyard. Is that right?
I believe so, but I believe Officer Green is there almost simultaneously. Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you arrive on the scene, the officers already had Mr. McClain handcuffed, right?
I believe that's where I remember that they were finishing putting the handcuffs on, but he was handcuffed. Yes.
Okay. And so he was already securely detained. Sorry, you have to answer audibly, sir.
Yes.
In fact, as you walked up, the officers even had some of their hands free. They were not using them all to restrain Mr. McClain. Is that fair?
I don't know that.
Well, let's publish, please, to the jury, Exhibit 185, your body-worn camera, sir. Starting at 46 minutes and 32 seconds. And if you can, please, sir, just pay attention to sort of the position of the officer's arms and everything. Uh, 22, 46, 32.
And certainly if it refreshes his recollection, I'll allow him to testify to it.
Exhibit 185, 22, 46, 32. Just start from the beginning of it. It's within a couple seconds. Does that refresh your recollection that some of the officers had their arms free?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that at this point in time, Mr. McClain is securely detained?
Is it fair to say that?
Yeah.
It appears that he's detained. Yes.
Well, and securely.
There seems to be a relaxed moment by Officer Rosenblatt, but I can't see Elijah McClain at all. So I don't know that.
And this isn't a quiz based on the video, Sergeant Leonard. This is a tool to help you refresh your memory, but does this refresh your memory that they're not actively struggling with him here? They, and your words just now, appear relaxed.
Based on what I'm seeing, yes.
Is that consistent with your memory?
It is now because it's a new memory.
So when you testified a few moments ago that they were still, quote, struggling to get handcuffs on, that's not an accurate description of what's actually happening here, is it?
The accurate description is how I perceive it at the time and when I write my report. I didn't watch these videos before I wrote my report.
I understand that, sir. Nobody's memory is perfect. But when you testified on direct that they were still struggling to get handcuffs on, that was not factually correct to what's happening here. Is that fair?
That's my perception at the time, but it's not factually correct after I watched the video.
I appreciate that. Now, when you come walking up to the scene here, you mentioned that the officers are sort of dumping information onto you about what happened. Is that correct?
Correct.
And a few seconds after this, you call out and say, anybody who's not here, go ahead and slow down. Is that right?
I do.
And that's because Mr. McClain was securely detained, right?
Correct.
Now, when everybody is giving you information about what is happening here on the scene, they tell you that the carotid was used, right?
Yes.
That Mr. McClain went unconscious.
I don't think they do say that. They say that they didn't know if he went unconscious.
So one of them says he went unconscious.
Okay.
And then another officer says, I'm not sure. I heard some snoring.
Okay.
And then they tell you that they had actually attempted a second carotid hold or a first carotid hold before the second one was applied.
Yes, sir.
Now, you as a sergeant on the scene, it's important for you to be getting accurate information about what happened before you got there, right?
We attempt to, yes.
Yeah. Well, and you teach your officers, they've got to give their superiors
Yeah.
all the information.
But that wouldn't necessarily be during the fight or while it's still active.
Of course. But we just discussed how Mr. McClain is securely detained. So you train your officers that they should be giving their superiors all the important information when they're giving their reports, right?
In the reports.
And in their immediate discussion with you about
No,
what's happening.
not in their immediate discussion with me. This is an active scene. They wouldn't be giving me all the information. No.
Of course, they can't tell you everything, Sergeant, but you do train them to give you the information that's relevant to scene safety,
Correct.
to suspect safety.
Not necessarily suspect safety.
So that's less important than scene safety? You don't train them to give you information on
We're
suspect
going to
safety?
care for them. That's why we put them in the recovery position. There's going to be care given, yes.
I'm not talking about the care, Sergeant Leonard. I'm talking about the information you train them to give you. You said that you were training them to give you information about scene safety, but not suspect safety? Is that less important?
We don't even use that word, suspect safety.
Okay, what is the word you use to describe information about the medical condition of the person who is detained?
We would be make sure that they are in a position where they can breathe and function as a human being. Yes, we're going to provide care for them, and we do.
Sergeant Leonard, I asked you what the term you used is because you're saying that you don't use the term suspect safety. So what's the term you use to describe this concept I'm trying to get at?
It'd be more like care, suspect care.
Okay. So you train your officers to give you the important information that's necessary to provide suspect care.
Yes.
But when you arrive on the scene, Mr. Woodyard doesn't tell you that Mr. McClain said he couldn't breathe 6 times.
I don't know.
Neither of the other 2 officers say that Mr. McClain told them that he couldn't breathe 6 times.
No.
I'm going to just object to mischaracterization of evidence. I don't think there was 6 times on arrival.
The jury can determine that.
All right. Yeah, that's up to the jury to determine what was said and when.
And I'll make it more general. Mr. Woodyard didn't tell you about any concerns that Mr. McClain expressed regarding his ability to breathe.
No,
Mr. Woodyard didn't tell you that Mr. McClain had thrown up inside of his mask before you got there.
I think someone told me because I'm aware that that happened relatively early in the call. I don't know who told me that there was, his mask was right there and there appeared to be throw up in it.
Okay. In this initial report, Mr. Woodyard didn't tell you that.
If that's what you say.
Sergeant Leonard, I wasn't there and the jury wasn't there. Are you saying that maybe Mr. Woodyard did tell you in this initial report that,
I don't know.
would it refresh your memory to just watch this next little section of the video?
Sure.
All right, let's continue playing from the moment we stop.
Still playing us on the ground. We had to use carotid. He come out? He's out? Was he out?
Yeah, I heard you
No.
snoring.
He didn't,
He wasn't completely.
he didn't lose consciousness?
Yeah.
Tried to grab my gun. He- It was actually Rosenberg. He reached for your gun, dude.
I have no gun. That's where I tried carotid. I don't do that stuff. I don't do any
Two
fighting.
18 other units that are not here.
Why?
They can
would
slow
you
it down a little bit.
I don't do guns.
So Sergeant Leonard, in this initial report that prompts you to say other units, you can slow it down.
Yes.
Mr. Woodyard didn't tell you that Mr. McClain had thrown up inside of his mask.
No, he didn't.
You did become aware of that later because you saw the mask somewhere on scene,
Yes,
right?
I did.
That information that Mr. McClain had thrown up inside of his mask while it was still pressed up against his face, that would have been important information for you to have.
It's part of the situation, yes.
It's not just part of the situation. It would have been important information for you to have.
I would like to know that, yes.
And this is sort of an inherent situation anytime you have new people showing up in the scene, right? Because there's no way for you to know what happened before you got there unless they tell you.
Correct.
So you make your decisions as a sergeant based upon what you know that they told you.
Yes.
There's no way for you to go back and review all this body worn camera and figure out what happened before you make your decisions.
No.
Specifically, you're concerned about this vomit inside of the mask because you're worried that that was evidence of a medical reaction to something,
Yes.
and that further enhances your concerns for Mr. McClain's welfare.
It does.
Now, after this conversation, where you sort of say, slowing everybody down, the next conversation you have with the officers is about some of this administrative stuff, like why they stopped him, right?
Correct.
As we discussed a few moments ago, that administrative stuff, that's supposed to be a lower priority than the suspect care or safety, right?
The suspect care has already been given. He's in the recovery position. That is the sum total of the care that we give because we're not medically trained. Therefore, I start doing administrative things.
Sure. And I want to talk to you about that. Maybe we'll circle back to this since you brought it up. Can we show the witness, please, exhibit 200, slide 12? So you said that everything has already been done, but you didn't see anybody check Mr. McClain's pulse. Oops, maybe this is the wrong slide. 21, sorry. You didn't see anybody check Mr. McClain's pulse, correct?
I didn't.
Nobody told you that they'd checked his pulse.
No.
So nobody has given you information about whether his pulse was racing or whether it was barely there.
No,
You didn't see anybody put their hand in front of Mr. McClain's mouth to check his breathing, like you talked about before, right?
yeah, but they're close enough they can tell.
And they're close enough that they can see some actions that are going.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned that Mr. McClain is on his side and that fire has been called. So you thought that those steps had been taken care of, right?
Correct.
Part of the proper follow-ups here is also that last one, having the subject checked by medical staff, right?
Yes.
And that is to take care of all of the medical problems that they're aware that the suspect has.
To assess them and then take care of the problems. Yes.
Yeah. And so same thing as the relationship with you. The only way for fire to know what happened before they got there is if somebody tells them what happened.
Yes.
So the only way for them to know about those medical conditions is if they're told about them.
Well, they would do their assessment and figure it out.
Sure. The only way for them to know about medical events that happened before they got there is if they're told about them.
Yes, that's true.
Now, on direct, you said, I didn't think taking his pulse was necessary because he was talking. To be clear, that is not what the training says, is it?
No,
The training doesn't say if he's talking, go ahead and skip these steps.
it doesn't. It doesn't say that. No,
You've been through this training 20 times, maybe?
probably not that many, but a number of times. Yes.
Yeah. And you know that you've got to get 100% to pass this training.
Yes, in the training environment. Yes.
Yeah. So if you told the instructor, I'm going to skip this step because he's talking, you would fail that training.
You would be doing it again. Yes.
And by doing it again, you mean you would have failed the training.
The first time. Yes. If you didn't
Okay.
do it.
And they'd make you do it again until you actually did all the steps on here.
Correct.
Now, Sergeant Leonard, you said on direct, we literally have no medical training whatsoever. That's not right, is it?
I explained it. We do get tourniquet training.
Right.
And then
So
combat guys.
we literally have no medical training whatsoever is not an accurate statement.
Well, I clarified.
Okay. Because you do get tourniquet training,
We do. Mhm.
combat gauze training,
Correct.
CPR training.
We haven't had that for years.
Okay.
Mhm.
You get trained on how to check a pulse.
I couldn't tell you the last time,
Well, it's every year, isn't it?
but we don't necessarily actually do it.
You do it during the practical, right? They make you tap your foot. They make you put your hand down there.
I recall that. Yes.
Okay. So you get training on how to check a pulse.
Okay.
You get training on how to check breathing.
Yes.
You get trained on how to care for somebody after a carotid control hold is applied.
Yes.
All right. So could we go back to exhibit 185, please? And resume playing where we left off. I want to ask you a couple of questions about what you remember about this conversation here.
When we showed him up, he was wearing a ski mask.
Yeah.
And walking, so I mean.
So he's on something, obviously.
Yeah,
Who did the carotid?
I tried. We started it because he reached for Rosie's gun
Okay,
when we had him on the wall.
all right.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Anything, there's no other suspicious,
Can you,
nobody else that needs to be
It's
contacted?
right here in the crash.
He called.
All
I
right.
saw him walking
I'll
down.
do it.
Okay,
Exactly what.
if one of you guys would mind contacting the RP and see what the story was on the front end, that'd be great, all right? So,
So Sergeant Leonard, when you ask Mr. Woodyard and Rodema and Rosenblatt, do we have anything other than him being suspicious? Are you asking that because the use of the carotid is serious and you want to know why they did it?
Yes,
So you're trying to figure out if they had proper grounds to use the carotid before you got there.
yes,
And you instruct an officer to go call the 911 caller to find out if they saw anything other than Mr. McClain just being suspicious.
my instructor actually go speak with him personally.
Okay. And you do that because you want to develop good grounds for the stop.
Yes,
Sustained approach. All right. All right, the court will instruct the jury that they should disregard the last question and last answer. Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to talk a little bit about Mr. McClain's condition now with you, Sergeant. When you first showed up, he was talkative and responsive.
yes,
And that pretty quickly deteriorated in the few minutes after that.
yes.
You didn't see any of your officers do something to him in that couple of minutes that would have caused that deterioration, did you?
No,
Because at that point in time, he was in the recovery position.
correct.
So from your perspective, you must have been thinking it must have been something before this that was causing the deterioration, right?
I thought it was excited delirium from drugs they may have intaken.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking about. Less than the carotid.
Okay. And so that would have been one of those things that was potentially a pre-existing condition.
Correct.
And so you wanted to inquire about it.
hmm
And that's why you're asking Mr. McClain if he's on any drugs.
That's right.
But the other explanation that was available to you was that there was something else that the officers knew that they hadn't told you about, right?
Possibly.
Like the vomit in the mask or the breathing problems.
Okay.
Now, when you see Mr. McClain deteriorating, and now let's focus specifically on those couple minutes after he's talking and when you lean down to ask him about whether he's been taking any drugs. Would you describe that deterioration as just visually obvious to you?
Yes,
That's not something that required you to have specialized medical training to see.
yes,
At that point in time, you were concerned that this situation was really a serious medical emergency.
I was.
Now, when fire shows up, 2 or 3 minutes after this, you're the one who briefed them on Mr. McClain's condition, right?
I initially go up there and tell them that we use the karate, yes.
Okay. Could we please go to exhibit 184, the sergeant's body worn camera, starting at timestamp 52 minutes and 26 seconds.
So he was put into a carotid. He did lose consciousness. He's throwing up right now and he's obviously on something. So, yeah.
I want to break down those things that you told fire there. So you told them that they did use the carotid, right?
I did.
And that was based on the information that the officers gave you when you arrived at the scene.
Yes,
You told them that he did lose consciousness,
yes,
and that was based on the information the officers gave you when you showed up at the scene.
yes,
You told them that he's throwing up,
I did.
and that was based on what you actually saw. You saw him throwing up.
That's correct.
And you said he's definitely on something, right?
I did say that, yes.
And you based that on the description of how Mr. McClain was asking before, or from the description of how Mr. McClain was acting from the officers when you first showed up.
That, and then also that he tells me that he had used weed or MJ.
Sorry, Sergeant Leonard, are you testifying today that when you made that statement to the paramedics, you knew that Mr. McClain had used marijuana that night?
I didn't. I guess I didn't. No, I did not.
Okay. So the statement he's definitely on something was not based on the fact that
It was
you-
not.
Sorry, I need to finish my question.
Okay.
It was not based on the fact that you knew he'd used marijuana that night.
It was not based on the fact that no.
It was just based on what the officers had told you about what had happened.
Correct.
So these 4 things that you tell them, that they used the carotid, that he went unconscious, he's vomiting, and that he's definitely on something. Are you trying to relate, to the best of your knowledge, the important medical information?
Yes,
And that's based on what you can see, like the vomiting.
yes,
But the rest of it, you've got to rely on what Mr. Woodyard, Rosenblatt, and Redema told you about.
yes,
So if they didn't give you good information, it would be impossible for you to give the good information to the paramedics.
I gave them what I had. Yes,
I'm sorry, officer, maybe my question wasn't clear. If they didn't give you good information, it would be impossible for you to give that information to the paramedics.
that's correct.
Okay. Have you ever heard the term garbage in, garbage out?
I have heard that term.
If you get garbage information yourself, you can only give garbage information out.
Correct.
I'd like to talk about breathing concerns and what that means to Aurora police officers. You know that all the officers are trained that if somebody says, I can't breathe, they should treat that as a medical emergency.
Yes,
They're trained that any complaint of breathing or asthma or needing air is something that they should treat as a medical emergency.
yes,
And so they're trained in medical emergencies to get AFR involved to address them.
yes,
And for AFR to respond to a medical emergency, they need to know what it is.
yes.
Okay. I'd like to talk a little bit about your role as a sergeant. Please correct me if I'm misunderstanding how the hierarchy here with APD works, but it seems like if a sergeant gives a direct order, that officers have to obey it unless it's illegal, dangerous, or goes against their policy or training. Is that fair?
That's fair.
But if there's no sergeant on the scene, APD expects all of its officers to be following their policies and training on their own.
Yes.
If a sergeant is on the scene, but not giving them some sort of direct order, APD still expects its officers to be following their policies and their training.
Yes.
And that's pretty important because oftentimes the sergeant, your attention's split, kind of like it was in this situation.
Yes.
You've got part of your attention on what's going on the ground, but you're also hearing about other incidents that are going on.
I am.
You're also trying to sort of communicate important information up and down the chain of command.
Yes.
And so in the absence of a direct order from a sergeant, the officers have to just be obeying their policies and training.
Yes.
Once a sergeant shows up, everybody is not supposed to just sort of stop and wait for you to give them directions, right?
No,
You trust these guys to be doing the right stuff.
I do.
It's the same thing with a primary officer versus a cover officer, right? You expect everybody to be doing the right thing, whether they're technically primary or technically a cover.
Yes.
And same thing with whether an officer is a couple years more senior or not, whether you're a couple years newer or a couple years more senior. You expect everybody to be doing the right stuff.
Yes.
You mentioned a couple things about the APD relationship with fire rescue or AFR. And it's pretty clear they're the ones who make the decision to give medication or not, right?
Yes.
But law enforcement is in charge of scene safety, right?
Yes.
So law enforcement makes decisions like whether to handcuff somebody,
Yes.
how to restrain them,
Yes.
and how they remain in detention.
Yes.
And that's something that Aurora Fire Rescue defers to the police on,
That's correct.
because that's your area of expertise. You guys get all the arrest control training.
Right.
I'd like to talk now about the last few minutes in and around when Mr. McClain was given the ketamine. First, I'd like to take a look at things from your perspective. So if we could please play Exhibit 184, the sergeant's body-worn camera, starting at 58 minutes and 8 seconds.
You good? You got it? Matt, you got his back leg here? Because I don't want him kicking you, man. What's taking so long here? I just told Redfern, we did a karate. Let him know, so. I imagine this guy's not even going to jail tonight, based on there's no way he's gonna. You okay? Yeah, I'm good. All right. So.
That last question you asked there, you okay or you good? Was that directed at Mr. Woodyard?
I don't know who I'm talking to, actually, because there's sergeants there, Officer Green's there. I'm not sure who I was speaking to.
Sure. Let's rewind 10 seconds. If you could just draw your attention to that particular part of the conversation.
This guy's not even going to jail tonight, based on there's no way he's gonna. You okay? Yeah, I'm good. All right.
Does that refresh your memory that?
Yeah, it looks like Officer Woodyard had walked around outside of us there. Yeah.
Okay. So
I think I might be speaking to him, but I'm not absolutely sure.
well, he responds to you. He says, yeah, I'm
Okay.
good. Right?
Okay.
Now, we also heard you a few seconds before this asking about what's taking so long. Is this part of your concern about Mr. McClain's medical condition?
That was my concern for the past 15 minutes on this scene, is why was it taking so long?
Okay. And let's resume playing here.
So. Redeemer's camera got broken in the middle of all that.
Do we know where?
We already talked to the RP. We got the RP. What's that? That I don't. Did you lose your camera?
Yeah, it's by him, it's somewhere by
Oh,
him.
wait, it's somewhere down here? Okay.
It's right there.
Okay.
All right.
Hey,
Woodyard,
I think it's
Rosie,
Yeah.
here in a minute, once this medicine kicks in, we're gonna uncuff and put him on the bed,
Okay,
and then we're gonna restrain him, stop pointing to the bed.
all right, let me grab some gloves.
no, you're okay. I got it.
On direct, you mentioned that Officer Redeema was giving instructions to Officers Woodyard and Rosenblatt about what to do. Is this that conversation you were referring to?
I think initially when we spoke about it was about what was happening on the ground and getting him in custody. This is separate when we're getting ready to place him on the gurney.
Okay.
It's a separate conversation.
In this conversation, is Mr. Redeema giving instructions to Mr. Rosenblatt and Woodyard on what to do with Mr. McClain?
I don't see Rosenblatt, but yes, definitely to Officer Woodyard, yes.
But did you hear him say, hey, Woodyard, Rosie, in a minute here?
He does say that, but I don't know where Rosie is.
Okay. And Mr. Woodyard is right here next to
I
you.
see him, yes.
And he responds good.
Mhm.
And he starts putting on his gloves to help.
Correct.
I'd like to talk now about what was going on with Mr. McClain while these conversations are occurring. Could we please play Exhibit 179, Officer Green's camera, starting at 58 minutes and 44 seconds.
Thanks, do you relief? No, I'm good. I'm just gonna pat him down, make sure he doesn't have anything, because we haven't got to that far yet.
Pull him down, while he's, yes, we pulled his arm, it comes out, and I don't remember feeling. Okay, so.
Well, it is.
Okay.
That's all.
I mean, yeah, make sure he's not.
Okay, yeah, 500.
Don't do it.
You're good.
Nothing on his legs, right?
No.
I'm gonna come back this way. That way we're not
Your
nailing him.
aliens.
Right in his puke.
Oh, thank you.
Here, come this way with it. Come this way. There we go.
What are you trying to get?
Just put his arm down here. And I can drop my knee right in his tricep. And he can't move. I'm sure he can breathe. Yeah. He can breathe. He can breathe.
Sergeant Leonard, did you say to the other officers on the scene, make sure he can breathe?
I did.
When you say that, it's because you're concerned that he can't breathe well enough.
Yes. Because it sounds like he may have just thrown up.
Yeah. It sounds like he might have thrown up, might have even swallowed or breathed some
Yeah,
of it in.
there's something going on there. Yes,
That's audibly apparent even from where you're standing a few feet away.
correct.
And you're looking at the position, Mr. McClain being rolled around in here. And you're thinking to yourself, ooh, that's not the recovery position.
Because they're patting him down to see if he has weapons before they put him on the gurney.
But you know that that's not the recovery position while they're rolling him around.
Not in those moments, no.
And administrative concerns like patting him down are less important than keeping him alive.
Yes.
Let's continue playing from here. And if we could draw your attention, Sergeant, to what we can see about Mr. McClain's position here.
just have his arm pinned behind his back. That's it.
Don't move your feet. No, don't do that.
So if you take his foot and angle it outwards
Yep.
and put pressure on his ankle,
Well, the innocents are on your side, so it's fine.
he almost did a push-up with all three of us on his back.
Okay. Want to give that before we? Yeah, so once he gets out here, I'm gonna hit him in the right shoulder. Want some shears?
You want shoulder or ass?
Either way, just.
Ass is right here, man.
We'll give that a couple of minutes. We'll see if that works. And then if it does.
Yeah.
we'll go to bed. Just 2 legs and legs.
You good?
Good. Matt, you guys back?
Sergeant Leonard, at this point in time, was Officer Ward also down helping to assist restrain?
I can see her arms. Looks like she's at his head, yes.
Okay. And we saw some clothing being moved there. Was that to make room for the administration of ketamine into the shoulder?
We could assume so, but I don't know.
Well, you do know they're coming with ketamine, right?
Well, the firemen are standing right there. I can see their feet.
And they've been talking about how they're bringing ketamine.
They mentioned something. I mentioned that in my report, but not telling me.
Okay. So you're aware that that's what they're going to do.
I'm aware.
Let's continue paying attention to Mr. McClain here. Resume.
Wait.
Yeah, yeah.
Someone kicking you, man.
No, we're good. Okay.
Why sticking your head in that ambulance? Make.
I got his arm. Drag your knuckles right there. You don't have to put pressure until he moves. All right?
We got 500 ketamine? Yep. Awesome, thank you. Okay. All right.
Just rub it right behind his ear if he fights, all right?
Now, what we see here and what you saw in person there is the ketamine being administered.
Yes.
And Mr. McClain, his shoulder sort of tilted most of the way forward.
Yes.
Let's resume.
You always talk to the arm.
We'll give that a minute or two, see if that works, and once it is, we'll go ahead, if you guys are okay with it, we'll uncuff him, we'll go up with the right arm, down with the left, and we'll just restrain everything. We'll give that a minute or two.
All right. Hey, Woodyard, Rosie, here in a minute, once this medicine kicks in, we're gonna uncuff him, put him on the bed, and then we're gonna restrain him, soft point him to the bed.
No, you're okay, I got it.
That instruction that Mr. Redema gives, hey, Woody, hey, Rosie, in a minute here, we're going to uncuff him and move him to the bed. Is that what actually happened?
I don't recall of sign handcuffing him.
Okay. But they did leave him in this position for the next couple of minutes until they moved him to the gurney.
I believe so, yes.
Let's resume.
You guys have any extra gloves on you?
My back pouch right here, dude.
Okay.
They're extra large, just so everybody can fit them, but
Just to fill you in, who was contacted while walking down the street wearing like a dress and a mask or something like that. Like all these guys to get him down and he's in. No pain compliance, they're like, so you need that. He's still fighting a week off here, super diet friend.
Mr. McClain's shoulders are both basically down on the grass, right?
It looks like he's angled, yeah, with his both shoulders downwards.
And his head's kind of pushed down into the grass as well.
It looks like it's to the side.
His stomach is basically flat on the ground.
I can't tell, but I'm assuming it's probably more laying flat, yes.
Okay. That's a position that you refer to as prone.
We would call that prone.
That's not the recovery position.
That is not the recovery position.
That's not the recovery position that you were trained to put somebody in after a carotid.
That's correct, but fire is in charge here, not the police.
Now, Sergeant Woodyard, you just testified a moment ago that the police are in charge of how somebody is restrained. That's correct, isn't it?
That is true.
This isn't the recovery position that other APD officers are trained
No,
to use.
this is not what we're looking at. The recovery position is not what it's in.
Sergeant, when you said on direct, there's nothing else we can do. There's something obvious you can do here, right? You can put him back in the recovery position.
He could have been put in a recovery position from here, yes.
All the cops on the scene were trained to do that.
Yes, we are trained to do that.
Any one of you could have said, hey, just roll him back on his side into the recovery position.
Anybody could have said that.
If somebody had said that, you would have said, yeah, let's do that.
Of course.
Anyone could have stopped this.
Yes.
That's all I have for you, officer.
All right, folks on the jury, we're going to take our mid-morning break at this time. Please recall, don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case even amongst yourselves. Do no independent research about this case or this kind of case or issues that might be present in this case. Avoiding any press coverage. I'd like to have you back in roughly 15 minutes. If the jurors have stepped out, the witness may step down if you wish to do so, and if you could be back in 15 minutes. Anything on behalf of the parties?
Not from the people, Your Honor.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Court will be in recess for 15 minutes.
I think I referred to Exhibit 185 a few times when it was actually 183. So if a reviewing court is confused about which one the timestamp applied to, if you refer to the timestamp on Sergeant Leonard's body-worn camera, you can tell which one it is, but
Which one is Sergeant Leonard's?
both are, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So Sergeant Leonard's camera is broken up into 3 exhibits, and I think I used the wrong number, but the correct timestamp a couple of times.
All right.
But also for the record, the correct exhibits that I was referring to were played that the witness was commenting on. I just used the wrong number to refer to them.
All right. Just so folks are aware, I've got a meeting I have to attend at noon, so we'll need to break shortly before that. And we have our witness handy.
Where's entering?
All right, our jurors are back. We can be seated. The witness stepped out for just a moment. We'll wait for him to return. All right, the court will formally recall people v. Woodyard 21 CR 2794. The witness, Mr. Leonard, is on the witness stand, still under oath. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Leonard, I want to pick up where we left off with that body camera footage you were being asked to discuss. The body camera footage that we were just looking at is near the end of the interaction with Mr. McClain, or was that near the end?
Yes.
When you were saying that there had been about 15 minutes that you had been worried, did that 15 minutes precede what we were watching on the body camera?
Yes.
You were asked questions about the fact that anybody could have put Mr. McClain back into the recovery position at this moment. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Who could have done that?
The fireman in particular.
Could anyone?
Anybody could have, yes.
Do you know why nobody did that?
Objection, speculation.
I'm not asking him to speculate. I'll ask him personally.
All right. Yeah, if you rephrase the question, otherwise it'd be speculation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Why didn't you put him back in the recovery position in that moment?
I wasn't even paying attention. I was having discussions with other people on the scene.
Well, and when you're asked to review these things on a body camera, I'd like to ask you, can you explain or account for how that is different than you perceived it in the moment, if at all?
So in those moments, he's been treated by fire. My perception of the scene, even though we've established that, yes, the police are in control of him being in handcuffs, but because fire's there, in our minds and the way we operate on crime scenes, when these things happen, it is fire's scene. They are the medical people. They are in charge. And that is my perception from the moment they arrived, that fire is now in charge, even though, yes, I agree. We talked about it. We are in charge of the custody piece, but they're in charge of the medical piece. And what's happened since they've arrived is now a medical situation. It was a medical emergency, which we've already established.
Were you awaiting instructions from fire about how to,
Objection, lady.
this is an open-ended question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
In this moment, were you awaiting instruction or guidance from fire about what needed to be done for Mr. McClain?
That is my perception, and that's my mindset at this time, yes.
Who administered the shot of ketamine?
Paramedic, I believe.
And what position was Mr. McClain in when that shot was
He
administered?
was he's still in the recovery position.
Did it not look like he was being pushed face down for the shot of ketamine?
It looks like they did have his hand, someone had a hand on his bed, yes.
Did a paramedic physically engage with Mr. McClain to administer that shot of ketamine?
A fireman did administer the ketamine, yes.
Did they touch him?
I believe they did, yes.
Did officers prevent the fireman from touching Mr. McClain?
No,
The position that Mr. McClain was in when the ketamine was administered, was that done at the direction of paramedics?
it was done at whatever they wanted is what we were doing, essentially. That's my perception, but I wasn't down there and I'm standing away, so.
Speculating about.
Sustained.
Did you hear, and if you didn't, it's fine. Did you hear paramedics or officers rather ask paramedics where they needed to access Mr. McClain for the injection of
I
ketamine?
don't remember hearing any of that conversation, no.
After paramedics injected Mr. McClain with ketamine, did you hear them say, now we're going to wait for a couple of minutes for that to kick in?
I don't recall that. I didn't write that in my report.
Were you, with respect to what you were doing, acting at the direction of paramedics?
I was just standing by. So they weren't directing me per se, but I was just standing by for what they're pursuing, what they were going to do next.
What about the discussion about assisting Mr. McClain onto a gurney? Did that discussion, are you aware, did that happen in front of the paramedics?
Everybody's standing on this.
Overruled.
What's the question again?
When there was discussion about assisting Mr. McClain onto a gurney, did that discussion occur in front of the paramedics?
Yeah, everybody's standing there, yes.
And whose gurney is it?
Usually, I think it's usually the ambulance that brings it.
Prior to this interaction with the paramedics and the ketamine, we saw, or let me just ask you, did you give paramedics information about what you observed with Mr. McClain?
What we looked at, what's on the body camera, yes.
Do you remember telling the paramedics that he had been throwing up?
Yes.
Did that conversation about the fact you providing information about Mr. McClain had been vomiting, did that happen before we see him prone in front of paramedics?
Yes.
The sounds that you heard that were worrying you near the end of that encounter, where you said something's going on, do you remember that?
Yeah,
Did those sounds happen in the presence of paramedics?
they did.
Why didn't you tell the paramedics what you were hearing that was worrying you in that moment?
Because they're in charge. It's their scene. They're the medically trained people.
Well, where were they positioned with respect to where you were positioned?
They're standing near us, like on the side of him and at his head area.
In your mind, did you think they were observing what you were?
Absolutely.
Speculation.
Response.
Goes to state of the mind to explain why he's not making additional representations to the paramedics.
Well, this witness is not on trial, so sustain.
Who was closest to Mr. McClain in terms of being able to assist him the fastest when these concerns arose?
I mean, based on the video, I mean, Randy Rodema's laying on the ground with him, and Officer Green's at his feet, but the 3 or 4 firemen, they're standing basically at his head, very nearby as well.
And we see, I think it's near the, into that video or near the end of it, where do you remember seeing Officer Woodyard coming in toward the back of that group of people?
Yes.
And whether he was there, whether he was just coming back, do you know if he had observed everything that you had?
I don't know. I don't know.
And then, of course, what Mr. Woodyard was able to perceive about this from where he stood, you would not have any way to know.
Speculation.
I'm actually asking him whether he has any way to know that, Your Honor.
I'll allow the question.
He's standing outside of the main circle, so he's removed. He's just he's been asked to help lift the pram onto the gurney. So he's not even down there doing anything with what's the activity that's happening on the ground.
I want to talk to you just a little bit more about when he was present earlier, if we could. I'd like to publish Exhibit 178. This is Officer Rosenblatt's body camera at 22:50:24.
We have the gun? No, he went for his gun.
Oh, my God.
Object to be on the scope. This area was not.
Response?
Your Honor, this was inquired into substantially in terms of the recovery position. So it is well within the scope of direct when he was and was not in the recovery position.
This video was not shown. This specific period in time at 50 minutes past the hour was not asked about with regards to the recovery position by anyone. And I assume that Ms. Downing wants to play this for purposes besides just asking if he's in the recovery position, because that question could just be asked now.
All right. The court would find that the questions on cross-examination with respect to the recovery position were really focused upon toward the end of the encounter rather than the beginning. So the court will sustain the objection.
We can go ahead and take that down, Ms. McCrae. Thank you. So I just want to understand, though, the clip that they put up and they asked you to describe whether Mr. McClain was in the recovery position at that time. Was he in a different position that time that you were asked about at the end of the encounter? Was he in a different position that time than he was when Officer Woodyard was interacting with him earlier in the encounter?
I mean, the struggle that he was still struggling at some point early on when Officer Woodyard's there. That's dynamic and he's moving. So there's moments when he's in the recovery position, there's moments when he's not. And then he is, and then he's not. And so there's that ongoing thing. In the pictures we watched at the very end, after the ketamine's administered, it does appear that his body's more prone, although it's not completely prone. You can see that his head is tilted up and his shoulders does appear to be slightly off the ground.
And in terms of your observations that evening, Sergeant Leonard, did Officer Woodyard have anything to do with Mr. McClain being in the position he was when we just saw him at the end of that encounter?
No, he had nothing to do with it.
Objection, speculation, and also calls for a conclusion that the jury themselves.
Okay, well, I'll allow that question and answer, but for things that the jury can reasonably determine what's on the video, the court will sustain further objections.
So in terms of the part of the question that I'd like to resume, not talking about a video, did you ever see after that initial interaction that Mr. Woodyard had with Mr. McClain, when Mr. McClain is later not in the recovery position, did you ever see Mr. Woodyard holding him prone?
I did not.
You were asked with respect to the medical training questions about your indication that you have no medical training. And I think I heard you saying, Sergeant Leonard, that there's certainly some training in terms of caring for a subject or
Yes.
custody.
Mhm.
When you say you have no medical training, Can you explain, are you referring to treating a person, or what do you mean by you have no medical training?
I think I'm using that no medical training in terms of we don't know how to treat things that are ongoing, other than placing a tourniquet on someone using combat gauze. I've done CPR myself, but we're not even currently certified. So yes, we have some training, but we don't know how to treat anything. We don't do treatment.
And
So
so
that's really what the answer really should have been. We don't have any medical training to do treatment.
And so when you recognize that there could be a medical issue, what is the extent of what you can do other than apply a tourniquet, use CPR, or combat gauze?
That's correct. That's it.
Is it get help?
Ask for help. We're waiting for fire to show up.
You were asked questions about indication, whether you were told that Elijah McClain had stated that he couldn't breathe. Do you recall those questions?
I recall those questions.
At the time that you arrived, did you have the opportunity to observe Mr. McClain speaking for some length of time?
Yes,
How long do you think you observed him speaking and interacting with officers?
several minutes.
Can you say how many?
Without is like actually sitting just timing it on the video. I couldn't tell you exactly.
Okay. During those several minutes that you were observing him, did you hear him say he couldn't breathe?
No,
Okay. Did you have any independent concerns about whether he could breathe during that time period?
no,
You were asked questions about the fact that there was a ski mask that Mr. McClain had been wearing. Do you recall that?
yes,
Was the mask on his face when you arrived?
no.
Do you know how the mask got off?
I do not.
You said that you had noticed that there was vomit inside the mask, and for fear of asking a duplicate question, I just don't remember. Did somebody tell you that, or did you see that there was vomit inside the mask?
I saw it, but I think someone indicated it at some point in time. But my main recollection is that I saw the mask and I saw the vomit.
Based upon your training, did you attach any medical significance to that?
I did.
Okay. Is that something that you reported to the paramedics?
Yes.
That there was,
That
had been-
he had thrown up. Yes.
that he had thrown up? Gotcha. Is there anything that you're trained medically to attach any significance to the fact that there's vomit inside a mask?
No.
Did it occur to you that there was something unique about it being inside a mask or problematic?
Nothing unique. No.
Are officers trained? Are you aware of any slides and any training on aspiration?
That's not something we specifically train on.
In your mind, explaining to the paramedics that there had been vomit, was that something that was important for you to do?
Yes, that's why I do it.
Did the paramedics ask any questions about whether there had been?
I don't recall any questions asked by the paramedics.
You were asked questions about the requirement to take a pulse. Is there any officer training that you are aware of, Sergeant Leonard, where officers can distinguish different rhythms of a pulse?
No.
Based upon your training, would you know if a pulse is fast or slow?
We would, no, I wouldn't really know what's related to, no.
What would be the extent of what you can know based upon your training from taking somebody's pulse?
That their heart is still beating. That would be about it.
And based upon the extent of your training, if you had taken a pulse and determined someone's heart is beating, what more do you do with that?
Nothing.
So in this particular case, why do you not take the pulse if someone is talking? Why, I'm asking him why he did not.
Sustained.
Did you make a determination in this case whether you should take a pulse?
It never occurred to me to ask about the pulse because he was obviously talking and awake and alive.
You were asked a couple questions about de-escalation and the importance of de-escalation. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you always de-escalate?
Not always.
How do you de-escalate before you determine if someone is armed?
How do we de-escalate? De-escalation,
All right. Yeah, the breadth of that question, the court would sustain the objection to.
Let me ask the question a better way. When you are endeavoring to de-escalate any situation, in terms of your training and experience, how does it factor in an unknown whether someone is armed? Is that something that factors in?
It would factor in
How?
the location and the time of day, wearing the mask in that area, which is a high crime area.
And the court will order that the jury disregard the answer.
Are there times where you are interacting with people in the community who you don't know are armed?
Yes.
Objection beyond the scope and speculation.
Sustained,
May I respond?
sustained.
Has to strike all the answers about armed.
Well, just this topic that you were asked about,
Sorry, I'm asking to strike the answer about what you do if somebody's armed.
So order.
when you were asked questions earlier about training on de-escalation, is that something that officers are trained to try to do?
Yes.
Can it always be done?
Cannot.
How quickly, in your experience, do officers have to make judgments about de-escalation?
Seconds.
Regulation beyond the scope of the training and vague in relevance.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
He asked about de-escalation in a very broad context, so I'm asking for permission to redirect and put it into context with respect to police training. It is with a little bit more specificity.
It has to be much more specific.
Can you de-escalate every situation?
No.
Twice already.
I don't.
It has
think
been asked and answered.
When we watch body camera evidence in this case, I asked a little bit about this on redirect, but I want to be a little bit more specific. We're being shown sort of still images where you can really assess something frozen, right?
Yes.
How does that work in real life? How do you, when you're approaching a situation, can you freeze frame it?
No.
Been asked and answered and relevance, the jury can determine for themselves.
I'll allow that question,
Thank you, Your Honor.
despite the fact it's rather obvious.
Oh,
No, everything that you see in a video is not something you can.
Nobody's asked you a question.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I thought that question was permitted. May I repeat it? The one the court allowed?
You already answered.
Are you able to learn things about this case now with the benefit of,
Objection relevance.
Sustain.
Your Honor, may we briefly approach?
No.
May I make a record on constitutional grounds?
You may, but not right now.
Okay. When we were shown the video, the sort of freeze frame moment, and you were asked questions about whether it looked like everything was calm, I want to ask you based upon your recollection, did this scene with respect to the interaction between officers and Mr. McClain remain calm?
Relatively calm,
Okay. Was there movement going on though? I mean, was it,
constantly almost.
okay. So if it was calm, why was there the need for continued restraints?
Because it's been a violent encounter where someone reached for somebody's gun, the subject did. It's a very,
Stating facts beyond the witness's personal knowledge.
Sustain. And the court will instruct the jury to disregard that answer. And I'll once again direct the witness just to answer the question that's asked.
I guess in terms of going back and reviewing things on body camera, are you able, just generally throughout the entire duration, Do you have more information now than you did then?
Yes.
Speculation and cumulative.
That is not I need to be able to ask a question, Your Honor.
Well, you did ask the question and it was objected to. I'll overrule the objection,
Thank
but we need to move on.
I'm trying very hard. The question is, are you able to understand things now that you did not know then?
Yes.
Finally, if I may, you were asked a number of questions about information provided to paramedics. Is it the case that because you are providing information to paramedics, that you're sort of compiling everything that you can learn from different officers at the scene?
Yes.
Which officers at the scene gave you information that you relayed to paramedics?
They all did.
Who were you in contact the longest with in terms of getting information from officers at the scene?
Well, Officer Rodim is the one that's there. Yes. So I would say that he was the main.
And was there a time where you were having a conversation with both Officer Rodima and Officer Rosenblatt together?
There's a time when they're kind of all talking. Yes.
And were there times that you were getting information from officers when Officer Woodyard was not participating in that conversation?
Yes.
In terms of the information that officers are giving to you, I wanted to show you, if we could, Exhibit 200. We were shown this earlier in terms of the training. If we could just zoom in on the graph with the steps. Is this the sort of, if we can, and I think we have to scroll down just a bit, Mr. McClain, there we go. When we look at what officers are trained in terms of responding to a carotid hold, what are they trained about telling paramedics?
Nothing.
Where's the step that says you need to get as much information and provide that to paramedics?
That isn't a step. No, there's no step.
Is there any training on how to ascertain medical information?
No.
How do officers know what to tell the paramedics in terms of what you know from training?
Just experience. That's it that I know of.
What happens if there's a medical phenomenon that they don't know should be relayed?
We just generally tell them what we kind of know at the time.
What about things like aspiration or position or vomiting? Is anything like that said you need to make sure this information gets relayed?
No, that's not part of the training.
Objection beyond the scope.
I think that
Response.
this is actually well within the scope, Your Honor. He was shown this during a cross-examination, I think.
All right. Well, the court will overrule the objection, but we're starting to become cumulative.
If I could just have one moment, Your Honor. In terms of trying to get the paramedics as much information as you can, is that often done in a sort of frenetic environment?
What's the question?
When you're trying to get information to the paramedics, are you trying to do that quickly?
Quickly, yes.
You were asked questions about going back to what you told the paramedics, that you told them that Mr. McClain may be on something. Do you remember that?
What was it?
Do you remember being asked about telling paramedics that Mr. McClain may be on something, referring to some possible?
I did state that.
And I may have misunderstood this, but didn't Mr. McClain tell you when you asked him that he had?
On video, it appears that he tells me that, yes.
Okay, so when you were asked questions earlier about how you knew that Mr. McClain may have used marijuana, he actually told you that. Is that right?
You can clearly hear it.
Objection misstates the facts, and evidence. The witness already answered that he didn't know that.
Response.
That's what I'm trying to clean up because
Well, we're going beyond cleaning it up. If he can recall Being told that, that's fine.
Would it refresh your recollection if we played that portion of the video?
What I tell the paramedics,
When you were interacting with Mr. McClain and you asked him if he had taken anything, would it refresh your recollection or do you remember what he said to
I
you?
remember the difference between what I wrote in my report and after watching the video. Yeah, there is a difference.
Do you remember what he said to you?
No, and when I write my report, I don't remember what he told me.
Well, just today, not based on what you wrote in your report, do you remember if he answered that question?
Well, on video, you can hear him answer the question.
Okay, so does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
That is all I have. Thank you.
Right, may the witness be excused? Right, you may step down. Next witness.
Maybe approach on a procedural matter in that regard.
Yes. All right, I don't think you folks were present when I told the attorneys that I had a meeting I have to attend this afternoon, which I do. So the court's going to take our lunch break now. It's going to be a little longer than normal based upon a number of things, including the meeting I have to go to. And I'm going to ask that you be back and ready to be brought into the courtroom by 1:15. That's a little longer lunch than normal, but there are reasons for that. Don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case, even amongst yourselves. No independent research, avoid any press coverage, and we'll see you at 1:15. All right, our jurors have stepped out. All right, at the bench, the court was given some information, I suppose logistical information concerning other witnesses that may be testifying in the case. What the court was informed that Dr. Terashenko apparently is going to be testifying tomorrow, but perhaps Mr. Woodyard may wish to testify. So I'm going to go over the same things I went over with you a couple days ago, Mr. Woodyard, and that is First and foremost, this is your trial. So you have the right to testify. And if you want to do so, nobody can prevent you from doing so. You may take the witness stand and testify, even if it is against your attorney's advice. If you testify, the prosecutors will be able to ask you questions. And in that vein, you also have the right, constitutional right, not to testify. If that was your decision, the jury would be instructed that that is your constitutional right, that no inference of guilt could be drawn by the jury based upon that decision. That decision could not prejudice you in any way with the jury. And the jury would further be instructed that a decision not to testify may not be used by the jury as evidence of anything. This decision of whether or not to testify is a personal decision and must be made by you. If you made a decision whether or not you wish to testify, sir.
I believe I have, Your Honor.
All right. As I mentioned to you, you can make that decision even if it is contrary to your attorney's advice. But what I need to ask is if you at least had an opportunity to discuss that decision with your attorneys.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And what is your decision?
I would like to testify.
All right. Is that decision that you're making based upon any pressure, influence, or coercion by anybody else?
No.
Are you thinking clearly?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Do you fully understand what you're doing here today?
You.
Have you consumed any alcohol or mind-altering controlled substances within the last 24 hours?
No, sir.
Are you making this decision intentionally and voluntarily?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
All right, based upon the record, the court will find that Mr. Woodyard has clearly responded to the court's questions. He appears to the court to be alert and lucid. Based upon his answers, the court will find that he has freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made his decision to testify in this matter. All right, anything else we need to do before we take our break? Yes, please.
I did just want to make a brief record.
Go ahead, yes, sure.
The concern I have, and I just kind of wanted to put the cumulative nature of this on the record, is that there has been a pattern in this case where anytime we ask a question or to admit an exhibit or to elicit testimony that is in any way favorable, exculpatory, or frankly that the prosecution just doesn't like, we receive a technical objection. And I certainly understand the role of the rules of evidence, but this has been, become exhaustive to the point that I think it's compromising the constitutional presentation of a defense. We receive an objection to every question. There have been series of objections, some of which the court will sustain without a response. A moment ago, when I asked to approach the bench to make a further record, concerned that, we're dealing with issues of scope. We're receiving objections of vague, which I don't think is a cognitive objection. And it has just been ongoing. And so here's what we have. We have been limited in presenting slides that are directives that were admitted through a prosecution witness with a number of other slides. And then when we sought to admit directives by Chief Redfern, that was denied as cumulative. We have been precluded from admitting exculpatory expert information under the discussion that we have already had, given the defenses being required to compensate a prosecution expert to understand her report. Yesterday, we went to admit training slides, no different than the training slides in some fashion that were admitted by prosecution experts when it related to police training. We sought to admit training slides there was frankly a perfect foundation laid as it applied to every FALC employee and every APD fire who carries or uses ketamine. The court initially admitted the exhibit I think properly finding that the prosecution's concerns went to weight, not admissibility. We then drew another objection based on a technical objection that then precluded the evidence from being admitted. And now we have a stipulation because we cured that technical violation. So there is a exhaustive cumulative pattern here of just attempting to prevent exculpatory evidence that is improper. We have asked for a mistrial. I'm asking the court to take this into consideration and allow some leeway with respect to cross-examination, redirect, referencing video in the same way the prosecution has done with respect to timeframes, impeaching, refreshing recollection, and frankly, just having precipient witnesses explain. So I wanted to make that record because I think that in terms of a Sixth Amendment right to present a defense, due process, confrontation of witnesses, effective representation of counsel, these considerations far outweigh the technical objections that we are drawing that frankly, I think have compromised the defense.
All right, any response or from the people?
Without having raised any specific things that she wants changed, I think the court's rulings have been correct. I just wanted to clarify for the record, are you asking for a mistrial now, or is there some remedy you're asking for?
Your Honor, based upon the cumulative error, I will ask for a mistrial now because I neglected to say that the slides that the court initially admitted yesterday and then denied because the prosecution fashioned a new objection, we now don't have that witness to present them to the jury. So the cumulative error is great, and I am asking for a mistrial.
All right, I'm assuming that what we're discussing is the elusive Exhibit G. That, and it's been a day or two since I went over Dr. Shiroshenko's first and second letters, if you will, or opinion letters. It's my understanding that she went over those training materials. Am I incorrect?
Judge, you are correct. However, the problem with Exhibit G is that we had a witness, Travis Chambers, on the stand. We laid foundation.
Wait,
Travis,
who's making the argument now?
oh, sorry, I don't mean to, if I could have a second, that. Does the court just want to hear from Ms. Downing?
Yeah, it makes the record a lot better, and I generally don't like arguments by piston, different attorneys popping up at different moments.
Your Honor, so the issue with the slides is that the purpose and the effectiveness of having Travis Chambers is that he was the trainer who lectured on them to the relative employees. And so there's content that goes with them in terms of how these other witnesses or individuals in the case actually were trained and what was communicated to them. Recall, that is exactly what the prosecution was allowed to do with Kevin Smith and with Grant Heineman. And so we were trying to do the exact same thing. We cannot do that now.
Well, I get your argument, but you can do it by implication because the witness did testify that this was the training and these were the training slides he used. So, I don't know that, as I instructed the jury, they're not precluded from using that. My recollection of Mr. Chambers' testimony was that, yes, these are the slides that I used to train. I don't know precisely who I trained with these. Much of it goes to the standard of care, which is, I suppose, why previously the court conditionally admitted them. But I don't see that is a fatal blow to presenting those is they're admitted into evidence and you can pretty much use them. And the reasonable inferences that can be drawn from Mr. Chambers' testimony on behalf of the people.
I would just add, Judge, that I think, first of all, everything that's happened is perfectly according to the rules. If you don't lay proper foundation for something, it doesn't come in. When they got Dr. Hill under subpoena last night, we realized they were going to be able to lay foundation to get them in, and so we stipulated them in. So there's sort of per se no prejudice since their slides are coming in anyway. But more importantly, Judge, I think that this entire issue with Dr. Terashenko, with Mr. Chambers, with their potentially calling Mr. Hill, is incredibly cumulative and really not even an issue that's in contest. We agree. The paramedics were extraordinarily negligent, reckless. We charged them with manslaughter. And the theory of the case is that Mr. Woodyard was complicit in that. So to the extent that pile on additional evidence that Dr. Mitchell, Dr. Sina, Dr. Buther, and now all these new witnesses all agree that the paramedics did a horrible job, it's really just cumulative evidence. So I don't think that there was any error in the court's rulings, but to the extent that any sort of error did occur, it's per se harmless because this is a cumulative issue that's not in contest, and they're going to be able to ask about the slides tomorrow anyway.
All right. Well, I guess what I would say is I'm not in acquiescing to the position that things are getting cumulative. These are some specific things that I know that we haven't gotten to our final jury instructions and defenses and things of that nature. But that being said, the court would find that Exhibit G is going to be admitted and discussed. It's already admitted and discussed presumably by Dr. Terashenko. And I suppose the reason I don't see it necessarily as cumulative is the pathologist testified in general what their thoughts were. But as I understand the testimony of Dr. Terashenko, it'll be more pointed toward the gross negligence or recklessness of the paramedics as it may relate to an intervening cause in this case. But that being said, based upon the entirety of the record, the court will find that there's not a manifest necessity for a mistrial at this time. Anything else?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, the court will be in recess. Court will recall case number 21 CR 2794. That's people of the state of Colorado v. Nathan Woodyard. My staff is down to bring the jurors up. Anything before we restart?
Your Honor, I thought it might be helpful to just make a brief record about the scope of testimony related to the prior issue in terms of what we discussed at the bench. And is this something that we may discuss at the bench, even though the jury's not here?
What? I'm sorry.
I wanted to just make a motion in limine about testimony. I thought it might be helpful before testimony begins.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just fill me in, I guess.
And it really is dealing with the prior objections that we had at the bench. And I don't know if the court would permit me to make this record at the bench, even though the jury's not.
Oh, is that, well, you want to do that now?
Yes, please.
Okay, that's fine. Here is entry. The jurors have returned. Please be seated. The court will recall 21 CR 2794. That is People of the State of Colorado v. Jason Woodyard. Who is here with counsel? The prosecution's representatives are present as well. Next witness on behalf of Mr. Woodyard.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the defense would call Nathan Woodyard.
All right, if you'll step on up to my right, I'll swear you in. Please be seated. And as I've asked everybody else, if you could tell us your name and then spell your last name.
My name is Nathan Woodyard. Last name is spelled Woodyard.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Mr. Woodyard. Have you ever testified as a witness before?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever testified as a witness in a case like this?
No.
We have to talk about what happened August 24th, 2019, okay?
Okay. Yes,
Do you remember that night?
I do.
Did you respond to the call that you later learned involved a young man named Elijah McClain?
Yes, I did.
Why is it, and I'm just generally, I'll just ask, were you dispatched to that call?
It's because I was working District 2 graveyard shift, and it was a call that was in my area.
How long had you been on the shift at the time?
That was my second year on graveyards. So at that time, it was probably about 20 months or so.
And how long had you been working that night when the call came in?
It was the first call of the night. I hadn't even left the station.
Did you have any idea how this was going to go?
No.
Do you recognize that a young person died in the custody of first responders that night?
Yes.
When did you find that out?
It was after he had been loaded into the ambulance. Sergeant Leonard told me on scene.
And who was the first officer to come into contact with Elijah McClain that night?
It was me.
During this trial, have you seen some video of Mr. McClain, what happened to him that you had never before seen?
Yes.
Did you see some video of what was happening to him that you didn't even know was happening that night?
Yes, I did.
Everything that we have been watching in this case, did you see all of that?
No.
Do you remember every detail of what you did that night?
No, I do not.
Did you, at the scene, observe what everyone else was doing at all times?
No.
How long did you physically interact with Mr. McClain, if you can remember?
Off recollection alone, 5 minutes.
How did it feel in real life in terms of living those 5 minutes? Can you describe?
There were times where it felt much longer, different times where it felt shorter.
During those 5 minutes, were you sort of, how were you reacting? Were you, what, what was guiding your actions, generally speaking?
Is there a specific time you're referring to?
Did you have an understanding the whole time of what was going on?
No.
I want to back up a little bit and talk just a little bit about you and your background, okay?
Okay.
When did you become a police officer?
I started the police academy in October of 2016, and I graduated in May of 2017.
Just by way of some background information, where did you grow up?
I grew up in Aurora.
Oh, in Colorado.
Yes.
Where did you graduate from high school?
Smoky Hill High School.
Did you go to college?
Yes.
Where did you go to college?
I went to Metro State University,
And what did you study?
criminal justice.
What did you do before you were a police officer?
I joined the Marine Corps out of high school. After getting out of the Marine Corps, I went to college full time. And then once I graduated college, I had some odd jobs for a few months until I became a police officer.
When you were a Marine, were you in combat or what did you do as a Marine?
I worked in,
Just background, his background, Your Honor. I'd ask for some leeway to introduce him.
The court will allow some leeway with respect to background.
in the Marine Corps, I worked in intelligence.
And you went to the police academy what year again? I apologize.
2016.
Why did you want to become a police officer?
My father was a police officer.
Can you tell us a little bit about that, your relationship with your dad in terms of you becoming a police officer?
I did a couple ride-alongs with him while he worked, and I was still under 18. And as I became an adult and he no longer had to parent me, we became closer. And despite knowing him my entire life, he still has brand new stories, interesting things to say.
Did you look up to him in police officers?
I did.
And can you tell us just a little bit about your family?
My father was a police officer for his entire career. My mother was a registered nurse. I have one sister who's now a school teacher.
And did your mother pass away?
Yes,
How old were you?
I was 15.
When did you decide that you wanted to become a police officer?
Very early on, probably about 9 or 10.
Okay. And where did you apply to be a police officer?
I applied to Aurora, Lakewood, Boulder, Denver, and Littleton.
And why did you become a police officer in Aurora?
I wanted to become a police officer in Aurora because it's the city my father worked at. It's the city I grew up in. I had a lot of attachment to the city.
I want to go back to August 24th, 2019. You may have said this, and I apologize. How long had you been a police officer as of that time?
Are you counting from academy start date or when I became commissioned?
When you were an active duty police officer?
At that time, it was about 2 years and 3 months.
Do you, were you able to see the video that we've all watched of you approaching Mr. McClain?
Yes.
At the time, did you know who he was?
No.
If you could go back, knowing what you know now, would you approach him differently?
I'll allow some leeway.
Yes, I would.
We've talked in this trial about de-escalation. Do you think you could have tried to talk to Mr. McClain more?
Yes,
Is that based on what you know now or what you understood then?
what I know now.
When you approached Mr. McClain, when you got out of your patrol car, do you remember what you said to him?
I remember I got out of the car and I said, "Hey, do me a favor and stop."
When you first put your hands on him, do you remember using your hands to stop him?
Yes.
Were you trying to hurt him at that time?
No.
What is that technique? What were you doing?
Um, I was trying to stop him from continuing to walk.
Were you using any kind of pain compliance?
No.
Do you remember telling him, stop or I'm going to have to change the situation?
Yes, I do.
Where does that come from? Can you tell us what that means?
Um, so a short time before the incident, I took a Koga instructor course. It was taught by Kevin Smith. Um, in it, he went over our different search techniques and explained how they offer a margin of safety, which is kind of the best you can hope for if you're searching somebody. He described that if you cannot get somebody in a proper search technique, it's a dangerous situation. And in class, he said, you need to change that situation. And at that point, put them in handcuffs.
When you said that, were you trying to scare Mr. McClain?
No,
What, explain to us what you were trying to do or why you used those words, what you were intending to have happen.
when I said that, I had tried to talk to Mr. McClain, but we were talking over each other. I was hoping to say something to elicit a response specifically to that, to start a dialogue.
Were you trying to get him to calm down at all or
Yes,
what kind of tone were you using with him at that time?
just a regular tone.
Do you recall walking with Mr. McClain from where you initially contacted him some distance into the grass?
Yes, I do.
Who made that decision?
Officer Rosenblatt.
And what was in your mind the purpose of doing that?
In my mind, these struggles can often go to the ground. And if you're going to have that happen, it's better to do it on grass as opposed to on the pavement.
What is the problem with the pavement where he was first found?
It's a hard surface. It is likely to cause injury.
Were you planning to struggle or take him down?
No,
When you walked him into the grass, what did you do in terms of interacting with him?
at that point, when we were in the grass, I attempted to get his hand from in front of him to behind him.
I want to ask you something about the walk from the rocks toward the grass. And I want to play an exhibit, have you ask you a couple questions. Can we play Officer Woodyard's body camera exhibit 175? 224338.
Turn around. Stop tensing up, dude.
Stop tensing up, bro. Stop tensing up. Stop tensing up. Stop tensing up.
Do you remember doing something in this moment?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember when Officer Rosenblatt approached and joined you with Mr. McClain?
Yes.
What did you notice, if anything, about Officer Rosenblatt?
His body worn camera was not turned on.
How were you able to notice that?
On the very top of the cameras, there's a light that has different colors depending on the status.
This is very quick, but can you see your arm in this clip reach over?
Can you play it one more time? Around. Stop tensing up, dude. Stop tensing up, bro. Stop tensing up. Stop tensing up. Stop tensing up. Yes, I do.
Can you explain to us what you did?
I turned on Officer Rosenblatt's camera.
Why did you do that?
You're supposed to have your camera on when you contact people and just citizens.
Could we now publish? Well, let me just ask you, after you get over onto the grass, what, if anything, were you doing to talk with Mr. McClain? Can you explain?
While talking with Mr. McClain, I was trying to get him to calm down, relax. I can't remember specifically what I was saying.
Did you use any sort of pain compliance techniques near the grass? Had you used a carotid hold at that time?
No, not when we first got to the grass.
I'd like to publish for you Exhibit 176, which is Officer Rodima's body worn camera, and ask you some questions. At 2244.
You guys.
My power back, and I intend to be sincere. I intend to be simple.
Let your gun, dude.
Talk to you about those seconds right there. Okay?
Okay.
After you had walked Mr. McClain over toward the grass, what did you hear?
I heard Officer Rodima say he just grabbed your gun, dude.
What did you hear before that?
I heard Mr. McClain say I intend to take my power back.
What went through your mind?
I was expecting to get shot, and I thought I'd never see my wife again.
We've watched a lot of body camera. I'm asking you about 2 seconds. How did this moment change where you were before to what's happening now? Can you help us understand?
Before that moment, it was police work. Something I would expect. Though I haven't experienced it before, I felt that I was reasonably safe. Once I heard Rodima say that he tried to grab your gun, then I thought I was in true danger.
Why?
I thought he was trying to get a gun to harm somebody, me, the other officers.
When you hear another officer say that, did you know that to be true?
No, I did not.
Did you see? Tell us what you're seeing at that point.
So at that point, I'm on the side of Mr. McClain. I can only see the side that's in front of me, and Officer Rosenblatt was on the other side of him. So I couldn't see what was happening on the other side of Mr. McClain.
Do you have any reason? Let me ask you this. Had you worked with these other officers? Can you describe it to us how you knew them?
Now I'm unsure if I had worked with Rosenblatt before. The year before, Rodema was on a graveyard shift in my district, but we only worked 1 day a week.
What were the words that you heard the other officer say that you can remember about the gun?
Officer Rodema, that he just grabbed your gun.
What did you take that to mean?
I took that to mean that he had it in his hand.
I asked you what you were seeing. What were you feeling? What was happening with the other people?
Are you talking emotionally wise?
Well, let me rephrase. Prior to hearing Officer Rodema say he just grabbed your gun, dude, what was going on with Mr. McClain? Could you see where his hands were?
I could see where one was,
Okay. Where was the other one?
on the opposite side of his body.
Could you see what Officer Rosenblatt was doing?
No,
Do you recall if a grip was lost?
I can't recall.
When you heard that statement, did you have a firm grip on Mr. McClain?
On one of his arms, yes.
How quickly after that statement will tell us what happens after that is heard?
Um, after I hear that, I try and pull him down, but I get knocked over and fall backwards.
Who knocked you over?
I don't know.
Who pulled Mr. McClain down?
I was trying to. I don't know if I was successful.
Do you recall or did you see Officer Rodema push him?
No, I didn't see that.
From your view with him, could you see what Officer Rodema was doing next to you or behind you?
No,
How quickly does everyone end up on the ground?
a matter of seconds.
Did everyone end up on the ground?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
With how quickly it happened, I only know that I fell backwards. I don't know how everybody else got to the ground.
Do you know where you hit or how you fell?
No.
What did you see when you landed on the ground?
Um, it's hard to say. Eventually, on the ground, I saw the back of the head of the man who I now know to be Mr. McClain.
Were your glasses knocked off when you fell?
Yes.
Were you still able to see?
Yes.
Could you feel anything in terms of a struggle?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Um, so we all got knocked to the ground. I ended up losing control of Mr. McClain's arm that I had at the time.
Okay, so were you totally, can you explain what you mean by that? What does that mean?
So before that statement and before we all came to the ground, I was holding onto his arm with both hands. And once we were on the ground, I had lost control.
And what did you hear, if anything?
I can't recall at that exact time.
Do you remember other officers yelling things?
I believe so.
When you were on the ground, can you describe what was going through your mind then?
At that point, I didn't know if he had successfully retrieved a gun, if other officers were fighting over a gun in a holster. And my first thought was that this needs to end immediately.
Why was the thoughts about a gun so concerning?
Guns kill people.
What kinds of guns are these?
Handguns,
What kind of handgun?
Glock.
What else were you thinking about in terms of the danger of a gun?
Overruled.
Specific to these guns,
Yes.
I know that we all carry a bullet that is chambered, and Glocks do not have an independent safety mechanism. They have a trigger safety. So if anybody were to get a hold of one of these, it takes a trigger press to fire a bullet.
Can you walk us through what happened during that struggle on the ground?
At the very beginning, I managed to get on the radio and call for more cars. Then as we continued to struggle and I found myself behind Mr. McClain, I decided to apply a carotid control hold.
Can you talk to us about how you made that decision?
So there's very few things that you can do to somebody that we're trained on to stop their actions immediately. The carotid control hold being one of them. So when I applied it, I was attempting to get him to give up or to render him unconscious so he could stop fighting for a gun, so that we could put him in handcuffs.
At this time, did you ever see him with a gun?
No,
And so why did that continue to be a concern?
because I couldn't see.
Were you in that moment scared?
Yes.
Can you explain?
In that moment leading up to me applying the carotid, there was a lot that I didn't know. I didn't know if a gun was out of the holster. I didn't know if at any second it would start going off.
Were you thinking at all about what other officers might do?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I thought that it might be a possibility if he had successfully gotten a gun that other officers would shoot him.
So describe, if you can, what you did when you decided to do the credit hold.
Um, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Can you describe what you did? Can you tell us how you did it?
So we were laying on our right sides. I put my right arm past his head and then brought it back. I applied pressure to both sides of his neck. And when I put that on, I asked the other officers if he was unconscious or to watch him.
How were you trying to think about your training? Can you kind of describe the steps that you're going through in your head?
So in training, they teach us to be very cognizant of where your elbow is, to make sure that it's aligned in the center as best you can in order to prevent damage to the fragile cartilage in the front of the throat. So I put my arm in that position. And then with my left arm, I covered my right hand and put my left arm palm side towards me.
Can you describe how long that lasted?
A few seconds.
Had you ever done that before in the field?
No,
Is it something that you take lightly?
no.
Can you tell us why?
Well, there's a lot that can go wrong with it. Mainly if applied improperly, you can strangle somebody and cause damage that can harm their breathing.
So what was going on in your mind and how quickly did you make the judgment call to do this?
Within a second,
And what was going on at the moment you decided to do it?
we were all on the ground. I could really only see the back of Mr. McClain. I couldn't see where the other officers were.
Can you walk us through what happened after?
After I applied it, I told the other officers to watch him, see if he goes out. And at one point, I believe it was Officer Rodima told me to let go. So I did. After that, we tried to get him in handcuffs.
Describe for us your concerns following the carotid hold.
My first concern was getting him in handcuffs. So that was the primary one at that point.
And why at the time was that what you were thinking about?
Because this is someone who I just believe tried to get a gun off of an officer.
Do you know if the information that you relied upon was accurate?
I can't know.
Do you know now that he wasn't armed?
Yes.
So can you explain at the time how that unfolded so quickly and why you were thinking that?
Because there was a lot that I didn't know. There were some things that I did know, and that drove my decision making.
After, I want to talk to you about your observations of Mr. McClain after this part of the struggle. How long did this part of the struggle last, if you can remember?
The part where the carotid was applied, a matter of seconds. I can't estimate.
After that part of the struggle, do you remember hearing Mr. McClain saying things?
Yes.
What was he saying?
Um, he was telling us his name, saying he didn't have a gun. Saying he doesn't do those sort of things.
Before that, do you remember him saying anything right at the end part of that struggle?
I remember him saying that he couldn't breathe.
Did that concern you?
Yes.
Tell us why.
People need to be able to breathe. It can be a sign of a medical emergency.
What did you do in response to that?
I looked at him and he still had his mask on, so I took it off.
Tell us how you did that.
I grabbed it just from the top of his head, removed it, and just threw it into the grass
Why did you do that?
because he said he was having difficulty breathing. I thought the mask would, at best, be uncomfortable, but at worst, be the cause of him not breathing.
How long, explain to us what made you, sort of what you were thinking about taking off the mask and how quickly. Walk us through that.
So after he was in handcuffs, I was closest to his head. And after saying he couldn't breathe, pretty much immediately I took it off.
What do you mean by immediately? Can you describe where you were standing?
I think I was still on the ground, but I was on my knees and I was by his head.
What was taking off the mask in an effort, was that in response to him saying, I can't breathe, or what was going through your mind?
Yes. I had just been in the same struggle and I was out of breath. So yes, I thought the mask was impeding his ability to breathe, and that's the main reason I took it off.
Were you thinking or what were you thinking about the importance of helping him in that moment?
It's very important to help in that moment. So we're taught put people on their sides. It helps their chest expand in order to facilitate breathing. So yes, because the mask was on, I thought that was hindering it.
Did you delay, or how long did it take you to figure that out?
A couple seconds.
When you talk about putting someone on their side, walk us through what happened after you took the mask off in terms of what else you did.
So in terms of getting him on his side, after I took the mask off, Rodema was still by his hands, and they were able to move him onto his left side.
Do you remember him being in the recovery position?
Yes, I do.
You had said a moment ago when I was asking you what else you heard him saying. Tell us in terms of after the mask came off, what you were able to hear him saying, so we can confirm the time frame.
After the mask came off, he began speaking in complete sentences, told us his name, said he didn't have a gun, said he doesn't do that, Um, he was talking.
Did you hear him say anything else as far as you heard about him being unable to breathe?
Not once I removed the mask.
So in your mind, describe what you thought about any ongoing problems breathing after removal of the mask.
After I removed the mask, I didn't think he had any ongoing breathing issues.
We've seen this slide about assessing someone after a carotid hold. Did you ever check his pulse, Mr. Woodyard?
No.
And can you explain why you didn't check his pulse?
In the training and the practical, we're taught to check for a pulse for people who lose consciousness and stay unconscious. Somewhere in the middle of the struggle, if Mr. McClain was rendered unconscious, I believed him to be conscious again. And after taking off the mask and getting him in the recovery position, he was talking, forming complete sentences. He seemed coherent.
Were you aware that medical had been called?
Yes.
Were you aware that information about the carotid hold, did you report that to anyone?
Sergeant Leonard, when he arrived on scene.
Did you ever use any other force against Mr. McClain after the time frame we've been discussing?
No.
What did you do after this struggle and after Mr. McClain was put in handcuffs? Can you tell us?
I believe I was looking for my glasses.
Why were you doing that?
Officers Rodema and Rosenblatt were still with him. And in order to assist with me seeing, I wanted to find my glasses.
At some point, did you leave where Mr. McClain remained with other officers?
Yes.
Do you remember when you did that?
Pretty shortly afterwards, I saw Sergeant Nunez had arrived, and I wanted to go talk to her to explain what had happened.
Why?
She's my direct supervisor, and at the time, they were in charge of investigating and doing an administrative review of uses of force.
Do you recall, I mean, did she call you away or how did that interaction begin?
I remember her calling me away at some point. I think I may have tried to talk to her beforehand, and she told me to wait a second.
Do you recall where you went with her?
We walked south on Billing Street, kind of towards 225.
I want to talk to you about what was going on in your mind following the struggle. I had asked you earlier about this being something you didn't take lightly. Tell us, after all of this, were you in a position to continue going about your duties as a matter of course?
No.
Can you explain to us why?
In my mind, I had I was anticipating on possibly being shot and dying, and then had to use force.
How did you feel?
I felt overwhelmed. I felt scared.
Were you trying to process what had just happened?
Yes. Yes.
So what did you, why did you need to step away?
I didn't feel that in my current state of mind, I would be able to carry on handling this call.
Why not?
I was still trying to calm myself down. Um, and I didn't know what to do.
Other officers were carrying on with the restraints. Is there a reason that you couldn't just go back to doing what you were otherwise required to do?
Are you asking if there was a reason I couldn't restrain Mr. McClain?
Just, can you describe what the effects were on you that you just couldn't just be matter of fact about it?
I mean, it was very emotional. I was very scared in that moment. And I couldn't just return to a matter of fact, go about handling a call.
What were you scared of in that moment after the fact?
After he was in the recovery position, I was scared that my emotions they might prevent me from being able to help. At that point, I felt that I was more of a hindrance.
When you walked away, what were you thinking about the condition of Mr. McClain?
When I walked away, I thought that he was in the recovery position. There were officers with him. I thought he was safe.
Did you trust other officers would take care of him?
I did.
Did they?
No. I know that now.
Do you remember seeing the body camera of Officer Rodema with Mr. McClain later on in the encounter?
I do.
Were you there for that?
No.
Is that what you're trained to do?
No.
Do you agree with that?
No.
In terms of where you were, how long did you interact with your direct supervisor?
When I was talking with Sergeant Nunez, I was attempting to explain to her what went on, what force I had used, because that's part of that process. very early on. While talking to her, I began to cry.
Have you ever done that on duty before?
One time.
What did she tell you to do?
She told me to take a minute, collect myself, take some breaths.
And where did you go?
I went to my car.
What did you do in your car?
Cried some more. I think I tried to call my wife.
You understand now, Officer Woodyard, that while you were shaken, there was a lot going on with Mr. McClain.
Yes.
Did you know that?
No.
When you felt shaken, did you have any reason to believe that he was in danger?
No.
Were you shaken because of what you did to him? Or why?
Yeah, we're starting to lead a bit.
Happy to rephrase. Thank you, Your Honor. What about this shook you?
Um, the feeling that I was going to die, that I thought I wouldn't see my wife again, and that I had to use a high degree of force to stop that from happening.
Were you concerned about the force that you used?
In which way?
When you were shaken up?
Yes.
During that time, when Sergeant Nunez asked you to step away, and let me ask you, is that why you did that?
Why I stepped away?
Yeah.
Yes. When she called me over, that was why I stepped away.
In addition to being in your car, do you recall anything else that you did while this was all happening?
Um, I think when I first got to my car, I moved it because my car was in the middle of the road.
Did you ever respond to dispatch?
I think towards the early phases after the struggle, dispatch asked for a status update. I told them that we were okay. I used the code that we have for that.
At what point do you kind of rejoin the vicinity where Mr. McClain is?
When fire and paramedics have arrived on scene.
And why did you do that?
I had calmed down enough to continue to try and assist or run the call.
When you returned, what did you see?
I saw that there was a stretcher out. There were still officers with Mr. McClain. A roar of fire was standing over him. And the sergeants were down closer to Billings by the foot of the gurney.
What went through your mind when you saw the gurney?
When I saw the gurney, I thought, okay, fire's treating this guy. But I thought it to be a good thing.
What do you mean by you thought fire is treating him?
So Officer Rosenblatt, before we even got the handcuffs on, I heard him call on the radio for fire to respond. So they could evaluate him, assess him, whatever it is they need to do.
When you were present with the medics and all the other officers, was your supervisor there as well?
Yes.
And why at that point did you not intervene to aid Mr. McClain in some way?
When I returned, I saw that other officers were already with him on the ground. So unless there was a specific reason to relieve them, then no, I didn't think that I needed to jump in and assist.
Was there anything that you thought needed to be done at that point?
No,
Did you know what had occurred?
no.
Have you thought about this case in the last 4 years?
Yes.
If you could go back, would you do things differently?
Yes.
At the time, putting yourself right back in those moments, was there ever a time that you believed Mr. McClain was in danger of dying?
No.
That's all I have for now. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Woodyard, the second to last question Ms. Downing asked you was, if you can go back in time, would you do things differently? You answered yes. Is that correct?
Yes.
One of the things, if you go back in time, that you would do differently is you would have told Mr. Redeema and everybody else to put Mr. McClain back in the recovery position.
If I could go back in time, yes.
You could go back in time. One of the things you would do differently is you would tell Sergeant Leonard and the other officers that Mr. McClain couldn't breathe.
Yes.
You would want to go back in time to tell them that he'd thrown up into his mask while he was complaining that he couldn't breathe.
Yes.
Go back in time. When you got out of that police car, you walked up to Mr. McClain. You wouldn't have come in hot, stop, stop, stop. You would have approached it differently.
Yes, I would.
If you go back in time, you wouldn't have grabbed him as soon as you got up next to him.
Yes.
You go back in time when Mr. Rosenblatt told him, we're going to lay you down on the grass. You would have said instead, hey, let's just talk to this guy.
Yes.
And if you could go back in time, you'd take back that carotid hold.
Yes.
Mr. Woodyard, I'd like to kind of start off here clearing up an issue that's come up a few different times in this trial and put it to bed. Talked a lot about supervisors being on the scene and what everybody's supposed to be doing. Now, if a sergeant or another supervisor gives you an order, you have to follow it, right?
Yes.
Unless it is illegal or violates your training and policies, or it's just wrong.
Yes.
But if they don't give you a specific order, you have to be following your policies and training and doing your best.
Yes.
When a supervisor shows up on scene, that doesn't remove everybody else from the obligation to do the right thing.
No, it does not.
And you had the obligation to do the right thing and to follow your training, even though there were supervisors on the scene.
Yes.
Back in 2019, sort of practice and culture of the Aurora Police Department was summarized by the pithy statement, if you catch it, you clean it. Is that right?
I'm sorry, could you ask the question one more time?
Sure. The practice of the APD could be summarized by that statement that Sergeant Leonard said, if you catch it, you clean it.
I would say that there are some who felt that way.
And obviously there are exceptions. If for one reason or another, somebody who catches a call or catches a case just can't finish it out. But generally speaking, that was the general practice.
Generally, I would agree with that, yes.
Now, Mr. Woodyard, when you first approach something, you're trained to employ what the APD describes as active listening. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Well, and let's please publish to the jury Exhibit 216, page 17, one of the de-escalation training slides. And the very first de-escalation technique listed there is exactly that, active listening, right?
Yes.
And the parenthetical next to it is to have empathy for the people that you're talking to.
Yes.
Active listening means to you that you should be paying close attention to what somebody is saying, even if you think they might have committed a crime.
Yes.
And you're supposed to have empathy for everyone you deal with, not just sick little old ladies, but somebody who you think is a suspect or somebody who you've detained.
Yes.
Let's show page 25 of this training. You're also trained to pay attention to the whole situation. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that's important both for officer safety as well as for the safety of the citizens that you're contacting.
Yes.
Officer Woodyard, I want to now turn specifically to when you encountered Mr. McClain. I want to ask you some questions about some of the things that the jury has seen on the video. So let's please publish to the jury Exhibit 175, your body-worn camera, starting at the beginning.
In favor, stop right there. Hey, stop right there. Stop, 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 stop. I have a right.
Mr. Woodyard, when you hop out of your car, start telling Mr. McClain to stop. He's walking on the sidewalk sort of towards you. Fair?
Yes.
When you start telling him, stop, 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 he doesn't turn away from you.
No.
He doesn't run away from you.
No.
Instead, he tells you, I have a right to walk where I'm going.
Yes.
He's right, isn't he?
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for a legal conclusion.
Sustained.
And when he tells you that he has a right to walk where he's going, you take one step or two more steps, and then you grab him. Is that right?
Yes.
That was literally the first moment that you could have gone hands-on with him, and you chose to grab him.
Yes.
The only words that he had uttered to you before you grabbed him were, I have a right to walk where I'm going.
Yes.
And when you grabbed him, you felt safe because you knew the other two officers were coming up.
Yes.
And you can see Mr. McClain has a phone in one hand and the bag with the iced teas in the other.
I know now that they were iced teas in the bag.
Sure. And you were aware from dispatch that there were no reports of any weapons involved here.
Correct.
When you said a few moments ago that if you could go back in time and you wouldn't grab him, instead you'd have a conversation, that's because under Aurora policy, you must de-escalate whenever it's practicable.
Could you repeat the question one more time, please? I'm sorry.
Under Aurora policy, you must de-escalate whenever it's practicable.
Yes.
When the only thing that Mr. McClain had said to you is, I have a right to walk where I'm going before you grabbed him, it would have been practicable to try and talk to him.
Now I know that.
You knew that then, that there was no obvious threat from him.
At this point, I still didn't know if he was armed.
And Mr. Woodyard, my question was, there's no obvious threat from him.
No, there's no obvious threat.
And the only thing he said to you is, I have a right to walk where I'm going.
Yes.
He hasn't tried to run away where you need to grab him to stop him.
Correct.
In fact, he's walking to get closer to you.
I don't know if his intent was to get closer to me.
Certainly, the effect was to get closer to you.
Yes.
So if you have no specific reason to think he's a threat, and the only thing he said is, I have the right to walk where I'm going, it would be practicable to try and have a conversation with him.
Yes.
Let's continue playing here.
Stop you because you're being suspicious.
Well, okay.
Turn around,
No,
turn around.
actually, you're home.
very next thing after you tell Mr. McClain that you have a right to stop him and you grab him, is he says to you, well, okay. Is that right?
I can hear that in the video now, yes.
And you were trained to be actively listening as you approached him, right?
Yes.
So you heard him say, well, okay then.
I don't believe I heard that at the time.
Is that because you were not listening to what he was saying?
Yes.
So you order him here to turn around, and that's for the purpose of potentially searching him, right?
Yes, it is.
And that's when he says, well, okay.
Yes.
Now you are a certified Koga instructor, right?
Yes.
So you're very familiar with this Koga training, that when you go hands-on with somebody, you should expect them to react to that.
Yes.
And those reactions often are people being scared.
Yes.
Or people being nervous,
I would agree with that.
especially if it's a surprise to somebody that they're being grabbed. It's very expected that somebody might tense up.
Yes.
You can understand why Elijah McClain was scared right here.
Objection calls for speculation.
Response.
It's based on his training and experience, Your Honor.
All right, I'll allow it.
Officer Woodard, you can understand why in this situation, Elijah McClain would be scared.
I would.
You explain to the jury why you understand that he would be scared in this situation.
I'm going to object that this calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Sustain.
You're also trained that just because somebody is tensing up or feeling resistive, that doesn't necessarily make what they're doing a crime.
Correct.
Let's continue playing.
Turn around. Stop tensing up, dude. Stop tensing up, bro. Stop tensing up. Stop tensing up. Stop tensing up.
No, let go of me.
Stop tensing up.
No, I am an introvert. Please
Stop
respect
tensing
the
up.
boundaries that I
Trying
am
to.
speaking.
Stop.
Mr. McClain says to you, I'm an introvert. Please respect the boundaries that I'm speaking. You took that as a request from him to let go of him.
I don't think that's how I interpreted it at the time, no.
But did you interpret that?
To be honest, I didn't know how to.
Mr. McClain says, please, doesn't he?
Yes.
He's trying to de-escalate the situation, isn't he?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Sustain.
In your de-escalation training, you're taught to use words like please and make requests.
I believe so, yes.
Just like Mr. McClain is doing here.
Yes.
Let's continue playing.
Stop tensing up.
Stop.
Relax.
Stop. I'm going home.
Relax, or I'm going to have to change this situation. Stop.
Mr. McClain is explaining to you here what he's trying to do. Go home.
Yes.
And you respond to his statement, I'm going home by saying, relax, or I'm going to have to change this situation?
Yes.
So when he says, please respect the boundaries that I am speaking, and I'm going home, you responded with a threat to change this situation.
Characterizing test evidence, Your Honor.
Overruled.
At this point, living it in the moment, we were talking over one another. I said that in an attempt to be able to say something for him to understand.
And specifically, what you said was a threat to change the situation.
To put him in handcuffs, yes.
And that was a threat.
Yes.
Now, at the point here, when you are threatening to put him in handcuffs, that's the next logical step of what you were talking about earlier, that you want to turn him around and search him, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. This threat to put him into handcuffs is a continuation of what you were saying earlier, that you want to turn him around and search him.
Yes.
Now, at this point in time, when you are threatening to change the situation or to put Mr. McClain in handcuffs, you didn't ask him any questions like, you're going home. Where is your home?
No, I did not.
Mr. McClain, when you say you're an introvert, what do you mean by that? You didn't ask him that.
I'm sorry?
You didn't ask him what he meant by saying, I'm an introvert.
No.
And you're personally aware through your training and personal experience that some people are different and they react differently to things.
Yes.
When he says, please respect the boundaries that I am speaking, you didn't ask him, how can I respect your boundaries?
No.
Instead, you responded with a threat to change the situation.
Yes.
This is one of those things that you wish you'd done differently.
Yes.
Let's continue playing.
Leave me alone.
Can you please?
No,
No,
Leave me alone.
no, we're gonna
First off,
talk to
you guys started to arrest me, and I was stopping my music to listen. Now let go of me.
Let's get over to press.
Mr. McClain here explains to you what had been happening, that you guys started to arrest me and I was stopping my music to listen, right?
Yes, he does.
That explains why he was walking down the street and didn't initially respond to you yelling at him.
Objection. That calls for speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection in part, rephrase.
In your mind, when he says, I was stopping my music to listen, did you take that as an attempt to explain what had happened before?
At the time?
Yeah.
At the time, I don't know if I registered hearing that.
But to you now, it's pretty clear.
Yes.
Now, at this point in time, Mr. Rosenblatt says, we're going to lay you down on the grass. Is that correct?
Yes, he does.
And by that, he means that Mr. McClain is going to be taken down to the ground.
Yes.
And this is the next step along you saying you're going to turn him around, threatening to handcuff him, and now take him to the ground.
Yes.
Each of these three things is an escalation in the amount of force being used against Mr. McClain.
Yes.
Now, when Mr. Rosenblatt says we're going to lay you down on the grass and do this takedown, you assisted with moving Mr. McClain over to the grass.
Yes.
I'd like to talk now a little bit about the choice to use the carotid hold. On direct, you first said that you didn't know whether it was true or not if Mr. McClain had actually grabbed the gun because you didn't feel or see it. Is that correct?
Yes.
But then a little bit later, you said, I took that statement, he grabbed your gun, dude, to mean that Mr. McClain was actively in possession of a gun that he could fire.
If I did say that, I may have misspoke.
Okay. So you didn't ever think that he actively had the gun.
The thought had crossed my mind, but I did not know.
Well, at APD, you guys have policies about the kinds of holsters you're supposed to wear, right?
Yes.
And you get to buy your own, but they have to be, I think it's called like a level 2 or a level 3 holster at a minimum.
Yes.
What that means is that on the holster, there's restraints and catches that are designed to keep somebody from being able to take an officer's gun.
Yes.
And those are specifically designed to make it hard to have your gun grabbed away from you on the front.
Yes.
And there's a latch holding the gun in its holster so that if somebody is pulling it free, you feel it pull on your belt, right?
Yes.
You guys train on these scenarios.
Yes.
And one of the things you train on is that if somebody has a gun, that you just start screaming, gun, 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 right?
I can't recall specifically if we're trained to shout that many times.
So it's not a magic you say gun 6 times, but you are trained to make it crystal clear to everybody around you that somebody has a gun they could fire.
Yes.
Now, you personally didn't feel Mr. McClain grab for your firearm.
No.
And in this scenario, where you and Mr. Rosenblatt and Mr. Redema have him up against the wall, all 3 of you are either touching him or basically next to him, right?
Yes.
Size-wise, you've got these 3 guys who, with all your gear, are what, 180, 200, 220 pounds with all the gear?
That sounds about right.
All 3 of you have been trained in these special Koga arrest techniques.
Yes.
In fact, you are an instructor of these special Koga arrest control techniques.
Yes.
When you've got Mr. McClain up against the wall, it's all 3 of you against this one skinny 140-pound kid.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about some more things on the video. Could we start with Exhibit 178, Mr. Rosenblatt's camera? And before we start with that, and I'd like to start at 22:45:30. During the course of this altercation where the carotid hold was applied, all three of the cameras of you, Mr. Rosenblatt, and Mr. Edema get knocked off, right?
Yes.
One of them lands sort of in the grass,
Yes.
and we can sort of see some feet scuffling in it because it's apparently down by everybody's feet.
I remember seeing that. Yes.
And then one of them gets turned off somehow in this or broken,
I believe so.
and the other one lands elsewhere in the grass.
Yes.
So let's start with that clip from Mr. Rosenblatt's camera, please.
Yep, we got his arms. Yep. Oh, I get it. Let go of your arms, dude. Let go of his arms.
At the beginning there, was that comment you were saying about asking, is he out? Somebody confirming he's out?
Can you play that one more time, please?
Sure. Let's start 5 seconds before that at 45:25.
Stop, dude. Yep, we got his arms. Got his arms. Yep, we got his arms. Yep. Oh, I get it.
Is that comment you were referring to earlier about asking, is he out? And somebody saying, yeah.
I believe so. Yes.
And in your direct testimony, you said that you were asking the other officers to confirm if he was unconscious because you didn't want to hold the carotid too long, right?
Yes.
And so when somebody said that he had gone out, you released it.
Yes.
And that was about 45:35 on this camera when we hear somebody say he went out. So that would have been when you released it?
I'm sorry. Could you play it one more time?
Sure. Let's go back to 25 seconds.
Stop, dude. Yep, we got his arms. Got his arms. Yep, we got his arms. Yep. Oh, I get it.
So shortly after, is he out? Yep. Or yeah, that's when you would have released the hold?
Can you play for a few more seconds, please?
Sure.
Let go of your arms, dude. Let go of his arms. I got him. I got him. I got him. He's on him. Pull his arm out. Nice and slow. Slow it down.
Thank you.
Slow it down.
Then yes, I believe that was the time reviewing the video.
After you released the carotid hold was when you and the other officers were struggling to get Mr. McClain into handcuffs. Is that right?
Yes.
And we can hear people saying like, I've got his arm or I've got his other arm type of stuff.
Yes.
Let's continue.
Want to have fire start? Bring your arm out, dude. You can't get it. I can't get it. Let go of your arm.
There we go.
Move from him, Vickers. Let's start fire.
Okay, I've got his other arm.
Okay. Yeah.
That gagging coughing sound on the video, is that the sound of Mr. McClain throwing up?
Could you play that back a little bit, please?
Can we rewind it 10 seconds?
Move from him, Vickers. Let's start fire.
Is that the sound of him throwing up?
I don't know.
Certainly, you're not aware of any of the officers throwing up during this incident.
No.
And you do know from the fact that there's so much vomit inside of Mr. McClain's mask that whether this is the exact moment or not, at some point in time, he throws up while that mask is still up against his face.
I know that now, yes.
And you were the one, you said, who actually removed that mask from his face.
Yes.
Let's continue playing.
Got his other arm. Okay. Get on arm. Up that arm. Okay. He's flipping. He's flipping. Dude.
We heard somebody say flipping. Does that mean that they're moving Mr. McClain to put handcuffs on him?
I believe so.
Continue.
Dude, just stop fighting. Taser, taser in a second. You're gonna get tased in a second. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. You're gonna get tased. I've got his arm. Okay, hold on. You got that one out.
We can hear Mr. McClain's voice here, and it sounds really muffled. Is that because his mask is still on at this point in time?
I believe so.
Continue.
Yep. Stop, dude. Relax, just relax.
You testified on direct that you removed the mask after Mr. McClain was handcuffed and after he'd been saying, "I can't breathe." So is it fair to say that a few seconds ago, the mask was still on?
Yes.
Relax, relax. Bring that arm back. He's getting cussed. Where's his other hand? I got it right here. It's in a bar hammer.
Did you hear the sound of handcuffs sinking shut there?
Yes.
So around this point in time, at 47 minutes and 0 seconds is when Mr. McClain is handcuffed.
I believe so.
It's sometime after this that his mask is removed.
Yes.
Now, when Mr. McClain is saying, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe, please, I can't breathe," you're the person who was closest to his head because you'd just been doing the carotid, right?
After I performed the carotid, I was attempting to get one of his arms out from underneath him. And I believe I was the one who put the handcuffs on.
And then you stated on direct that after he was in handcuffs, you were the one closest to his head. Is that right?
Yes.
You testified on direct that you knew it was very important to help Mr. McClain in that moment
Yes.
because he'd been saying, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe,"
Yes.
because he's wearing this mask.
Yes.
Mask that had so much vomit in it, you could see red burbling out the front of it.
I know that now.
Now, on direct, you testified that after you removed the mask, you didn't think he had any ongoing breathing issues because he started talking. Is that right?
Yes.
But you're trained that just because somebody is talking doesn't mean that they can breathe.
Correct. There has to be a chemical exchange.
You're also trained that if somebody is saying they can't breathe, or if there are signs of any breathing trouble, that that's something that needs to be communicated to the fire department.
Yes.
Could we please show the witness exhibit 207, page 2, question 15? Sorry, publish to the jury. Question 15. This was a quiz that you took way back in the academy.
Yes,
And even back then, you knew that if a subject who's in custody complains about breathing issues, the officer can't decide if they need medical treatment because this is a false statement. So they can't make that decision, right?
correct.
It's because they have to tell the fire department so the fire department can address the problem.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. This statement is false because an officer has to tell the fire department about the breathing problems so they can get medical treatment.
I believe it's just saying that the officer is not the one to decide that.
And the fire department can't decide to give treatment unless somebody tells them that there's something to treat, right?
Objection, Your Honor. This is speculation.
Any response?
Your Honor, it's the logical conclusion of what he's saying. And I'm asking him about
I'll
his
allow it
understanding.
because it's cross-examination.
So
No.
the only way for the fire department to treat these in-custody complaints is if they know about them.
Correct.
So you have to tell them for somebody to get treatment.
Yes.
Could we please publish to the jury exhibit 205, page 27? Now, this is one of the stories that popped up in both of your trainings from Excited Delirium that we reviewed during the course of this trial, right?
Yes.
And this is a story that you were trained on because it illustrates the dangers of ignoring somebody's complaints that they can't breathe, right?
Yes.
And specifically, the point of this story is to show you and other officers that if somebody says they can't breathe, if you say, well, you can talk, so therefore you can breathe, that that person can die because you didn't address their breathing issues.
Yes.
You were conscious of the risk that somebody whose breathing complaints were ignored could die from that problem.
Yes.
Despite being conscious of this risk, that if somebody's complaints of breathing were ignored, they could die, you didn't tell Sergeant Leonard about Mr. McClain's repeated statements, I can't breathe.
I did not.
Despite your consciousness of the risk of death from these complaints, you didn't tell Sergeant Nunez about Mr. McClain's complaints that he can't breathe.
I did not tell her.
When you came back to the scene and Mr. McClain was about to get ketamine and put on the gurney, you didn't tell anyone about his complaints that he couldn't breathe.
No, at the time I thought it was explained by the mask being on.
In this situation, this example that you were trained on, this is exactly what happened to Mr. McClain, isn't it?
Objection. That calls for legal conclusion, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Your Honor, I'm just asking for a comparison between his experience and training, not for a legal conclusion.
The objection is sustained.
Well, Mr. Woodyard, let's pivot then and talk a little bit about what happens after the carotid is applied. Could you please put up for the jury exhibit 201, page 21? Now, Mr. Woodyard, you knew the proper steps to follow up after a carotid, right?
Yes.
And you knew that in this circumstance, after using it on Mr. McClain, that those follow-ups included checking for coherency, signs of life, pulse, and breathing.
Yes.
And in particular, you knew that that applied to Mr. McClain, that you had to do those things for him.
Based on the training and the practical examination, when we check for breathing and pulse, it's on an unconscious actor.
Are you saying that you didn't think that these follow-ups applied to Mr. McClain?
I didn't feel a need to check for a pulse with him being awake, talking in complete sentences, being coherent.
And trust me, we'll get to each of those in turn. But my question right now is just, are you saying you didn't think you had to do these follow-ups on Mr. McClain?
Just specifically the vital signs.
So you didn't think that you had to check for coherence, signs of life, pulse, and breathing?
Could you ask that question one more time, please?
Sure. Are you saying that you didn't think you had to check for Mr. McClain's coherence, signs of life, pulse, and breathing?
I'm going to object as compound in terms of asking for a single response.
Response.
I can ask them individually.
Right, go ahead.
Did you know that you had to check for Mr. McClain's coherence?
Yes.
Did you know that one of the follow-ups you had to do with Mr. McClain was to check for signs of life?
Yes.
Did you know that one of the things that you had to do to follow up with Mr. McClain was check for his pulse?
Before the handcuffs were even on, he was conscious and he was fighting with us. So at that point, no, I didn't check for a pulse.
And did you think that you had to follow up with Mr. McClain by checking his breathing?
I could see after in the recovery position, he was physically expanding his chest and breathing.
So is that a no? You don't think you had to follow up on that?
I believe I observed that he had signs of breathing.
Now, Mr. Woodyard, actually, may we approach for just a hot second? Or we could take the afternoon break right now, but it should be fast.
I suppose we could do both, but, all right. Yeah, we've been going since about 1:15, so the court will take the afternoon recess at this time. Please recall not to form or express any opinions, discuss the case, do no independent research, and also stay away from any press coverage. I'd like to have the jurors back in about 15 minutes, please. All right, the jurors have stepped out. You may step down if you wish. And got the impression there was something that folks can be seated. Folks wanted to discuss. right, the court will recall People v. Nathan Woodyard. The parties and counsel are present. My judicial assistant is down getting the jurors. Things to discuss? Okay, thank you. Right, the jurors are back in the courtroom. Please be seated. The court will recall 21 CR 2794. Mr. Woodyard is on the witness stand still under oath. You may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Woodyard, I'd like to sort of resume our chronological walkthrough events here. So if we could please publish to the jury Exhibit 192, Officer Dunson's camera,
16 out and around.
starting at 48 minutes and 22 seconds. Seems dangerous. I don't want to hurt anybody's ears. Admitting I'm the least technologically capable person in the room, my only idea is to turn things off and turn them back on again. So please bear with me for a moment. Do you want to try and do something like that, Roy, or do you have a solution?
Yes.
This is exhibit 192. Uh, 4822. Excellent work, Mr. Campos. Stop. And Mr. Woodyard, is that you in the back right of the frame with the flashlight?
Yes,
While Mr. McClain is saying, ow, stop, stop, what are you doing back there?
I believe I'm looking for my glasses.
And are those sunglasses or prescription?
Prescription.
Are they something you need to see all the time, or is it more for long distance or night viewing?
It's more for long distance and night view.
What kind of glasses were those?
Oakley metal framed glasses.
Let's continue.
Y'all need help or
You
anything?
guys give me wipes?
Wipes?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Do you have a good grip on it?
He went like this, dude.
Do you remember hearing Mr. McClain say teamwork makes the dream work to you all?
I can hear that in the video now, but at the time, no.
He said that while, what were you doing there? Adjusting your pants or socks?
I believe so. I don't remember.
Is the reason that you didn't hear him say that because you were focused on adjusting your pants and socks rather than listening to him?
It could be. At this point, I was shocked. I don't know if I was registering much of anything.
Do you remember him also saying to you and the other two officers that you all are beautiful?
No, I do not remember that.
No, I'm good. Good going.
And while Mr. McClain is crying and saying, oh, that hurts, you sort of take your hat off and walk out of frame. Is that accurate?
Yes.
It looked like you kind of passed your hand through your hair like you were frustrated. Is that accurate?
I think at this time I'm trying to calm myself down.
You were pretty amped up.
Yes.
Were you successful in finding your glasses there?
At this particular moment, no.
Were you also frustrated that you hadn't been able to find your glasses?
I don't remember being frustrated over that, no.
Let's resume.
I still don't know my bike.
Okay.
Like right here, dude.
Up here? Right here, the pair of glasses? All right. Cuz, there's glasses and a phone right over here. Right here.
This isn't that moving, is it?
I don't know.
Like,
Stop.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, was he trying to do that? You can't breathe correctly because.
Three, 12 years, 7. Okay,
We had the gun, Tori?
No, he went for his gun.
oh,
normal traffic, putting 40 minutes.
We have my right here, like here, we have, get him in here, we need to transport.
Affirmative, there enough.
Tell them to come in off. Thanks.
You can bend his knees.
In the background there, is that you and Sergeant Nunez between those two police cars?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention specifically to that. Can you go back to the time you're referencing?
Yeah, sorry, and I'm drawing your attention to these individuals I'm marking in the center of the screen. And is that about where you were standing when you had the conversation with Sergeant Nunez?
Can you rewind just a couple of seconds, please?
Sure, let's go back about 10 seconds.
Tell them to come in off. Thanks.
Can you pause it right there? May I use a laser pointer?
Yeah, please.
I believe that's me right there.
Okay, so this is when you come back over towards near Mr. McClain,
Yes,
shortly before you then walk off with Sergeant Nunez.
yes.
Let's resume here.
You can bend his knees a little bit. We can balance himself.
Is that his cell phone over there?
And we heard Mr. McClain go, "Ugh," noise. Are you looking for your glasses again here?
I don't recall specifically, but I believe I may have been.
Let's continue.
So, with a red case? Y'all missing your cell phone or
I'm
anything?
not missing mine. You're using the car, right? What's that? Your cell phone's in the car?
I think so. Is it an iPhone?
Is it with a red case?
No.
Okay.
So while Sergeant Leonard is asking Mr. McClain if he's used any drugs tonight, you're not in the frame, but what are you doing at this point in time?
At this exact point in time, I'm walking with Sergeant Nunez.
Sorry, and I meant the 20 or 30 seconds before this, while Sergeant Leonard is asking Mr. McClain what drugs he was on that night.
Oh, I don't remember, just from my recollection, specifically what I was doing at that point.
Were you somewhere in the area, what would be behind Mr. Dunson, sort of where you were looking for your glasses and stuff before?
That sounds about right.
We can take this down. I'd like to talk about this discussion you had with Sergeant Nunez. You mentioned a few minutes ago already that you didn't inform her about Mr. McClain's complaints that he couldn't breathe. Did you tell her that he'd vomited into his mask?
No, I don't believe that I knew that at the time.
And the two of you had that conversation out in the street, maybe 20 or 30 feet from Mr. McClain?
I couldn't tell you how far we were, but we were in the street.
And you were just only sort of able to generally hear that some things were going on, not necessarily every specific word or phrase?
While I was talking with Sergeant Nunez,
Yes.
I don't believe I could while I was talking with Sergeant Nunez.
During that conversation with Sergeant Nunez, she told you that the Major Crimes Unit, or MCU, was likely going to have to come out and investigate this. Goes to state of mind and course of conduct and subjective impressions.
The court will overrule the objection and allow the witness to answer.
Sergeant Nunez informed you that this was going to have to be investigated by the Major Crimes Unit.
I don't believe at that time, no.
Well, she told you that because the carotid had been used, that this would have to be treated as a critical incident.
So I remember that line of questioning with Sergeant Nunez, and I believe she was mistaken.
Okay, so you don't think that you were ever told that this would either be investigated by MCU or treated as a critical incident?
I believe that was after we had learned that his heart had stopped. That's when MCU became involved.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to why Sergeant Nunez would be mistaken about telling you that MCU was going to have to investigate?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Are you aware how long ago Sergeant Nunez first made that statement that that's what she told you?
I am.
And it was a couple years ago,
Yes.
much closer in time to the incident than we are today.
Yes.
So if she didn't tell you about MCU getting involved, what was it that prompted you as soon as you came back to the scene to go talk to Mr. Rosenblatt?
So when I came back to the scene to talk to Mr. Rosenblatt, there was still some administrative or investigative parts of the call to handle. And that's what I wanted to talk to Mr. Rosenblatt about.
Sure. You wanted to make sure that he and you were on the same page about what had happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Ross,
It's cross-examination, the court will allow it.
so when you say investigative and administrative things that you wanted to sort out with him, you mean you wanted to talk to him about what had happened?
It was to talk to him about our course of action going forward.
The fact that MCU or a critical incident might be triggered.
Not at that time, no.
Well, if they're not coming in, then what's this course of action going forward you're so concerned with resolving with him?
So at that point, when I called Mr. Rosenblatt away, it was still a regular call, not something that we believed MCU would be coming out for.
Sorry, Mr. Woodyard, are you telling this jury that using the carotid is a regular call?
By classifying as a regular call, I meant MCU had not been involved just for the use of the carotid.
Because when you go to talk to Mr. Rosenblatt, he's standing right next to Sergeant Leonard, right?
Yes,
And Sergeant Leonard has his body camera on.
yes,
And you can see that because there's a light on it.
yes,
And you don't talk to Mr. Rosenblatt there.
correct.
Instead, you motion him, come with me, out of range of all the body cameras.
Yes,
And in fact, you did go out of the range of all the body cameras
yes,
with Mr. Rosenblatt
yes,
to talk about what your course of action was going to be going forward from here.
yes.
That was the first thing you did after finishing your conversation with Sergeant Nunez. Sorry, that was the first thing you did after going back to your car and returning back to where Mr. McClain was.
Can't recall.
Well, certainly, the first thing you did once you got back to where Mr. McClain was not to go check on Mr. McClain.
Correct.
It was not to check in with Sergeant Leonard and see how you could be helpful.
Correct.
It wasn't to check in with Mr. Rodima, who had him on the ground, to see what you could do.
Yes,
Your first action there was to grab Mr. Rosenblatt, take him outside the range of the cameras, and make your plan for going forward.
could you repeat the question one more time, please?
The first thing you did was to grab Mr. Rosenblatt, take him out of the range of the cameras, and then make your plan with him for what the two of you would do going forward.
I believe I was there for a couple minutes standing by, but yes, I did do that.
So you were standing by paying attention to what was happening with Mr. McClain for a couple minutes before you took Mr. Rosenblatt to do that.
At the time, I wasn't paying direct attention to Mr. McClain, no. I was with Sergeant Nunez over on the opposite side of the gurney.
Sorry, Officer Woodyard, are you saying that you were over by the gurney before you came over to Mr. Rosenblatt and then you went back to the gurney later?
I may be getting the order of things a bit confused. I'm sorry.
Understandable. There's a lot going on. Let's see if we can refresh your memory with some of the camera. So let's play Exhibit 178, Mr. Rosenblatt's camera, the last 20 seconds. Now, before we play this here, if you see yourself somewhere, please let me know before you show up at the end of the video, okay?
Okay.
Down here. I could throw my knee right in this tricep. And we can't move.
And then he can breathe.
He
To the side.
He can breathe.
Okay, all right.
I just have his arm
I
behind his
understand, I
back.
understand. Don't move your feet. No, don't do that.
So if you take his.
Good, bro.
Outwards, yeah.
That was me right there.
Okay. And that was when you kind of pull your thumb, that's indicating to Mr. Rosenblatt he should come with you.
Yes,
And that's so that you can have the conversation away from all the cameras.
correct.
Now, did you see any gurney in this scene?
No, I did not.
Does this refresh your memory about the order? Was this the first thing you did once you came back to the area that Mr. McClain was in? Or were you there for a while observing?
I believe that was the first thing that I did.
I'd like to skip forward a little bit of time to when Mr. McClain gets loaded onto the gurney. If we could please play Exhibit 184, Sergeant Leonard's camera, starting at 23 hours, 1 minute, and 41 seconds.
Back up and go up.
Good, yep. Make sure. You good? Yeah, are you good? Yeah.
Was that you in the very foreground of the frame with the flashlight?
Yes,
And it looked like you were moving the flashlight back and forth. Were you checking Mr. McClain's restraints?
I can't recall, no.
Let's rewind 15 seconds. Play.
Good, yep. Make sure. You good? Yeah, are you good? Yeah.
What were you shining your flashlight on there?
I don't remember.
And then Sergeant Leonard asks you if you're good, and you respond, you're good.
I don't know if it was Sergeant Leonard who asked me, but yes, I responded. I'm good.
He asked you.
Yes, sir.
Now, during this period that Mr. McClain is being moved together on the gurney, is it fair to say there's a bunch of different people all sort of working together as a team to get him moved on there?
Yes,
Some from the fire department,
yes,
some police officers.
yes.
Now, from here, did you go immediately to have a conversation with Mr. Rodima, Rosenblatt, and Green?
May I use the laser pointer?
Sure.
I believe that might be Officer Green right there. But I did go to talk to Rodima and Rosenblatt.
And was that to continue the conversation you had with Mr. Rosenblatt earlier about what are we going to do going forward?
Yes.
What did you decide to do?
At that point, I believe it was talking about making sure reports were written. That sort of general administrative paperwork sort of thing.
You also talked about what had happened.
We may have, I can't remember.
Talked about why each of you did different things.
I can't remember specifically.
So you don't remember talking about the why of the incident. You just remember talking about who was going to write reports.
To the best of my recollection, I believe so.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 181, Sergeant Nunez's camera, starting at 23 hours, 2 minutes, and 18 seconds.
Thank you.
And is that you on the right of the frame having that conversation?
I believe so, yes.
Over in this area that I'm marking on the right side of the frame?
Yes.
Continue.
On camera? Thank you. So I'm not gonna have, are you good? We make contact with PRP.
Now, I'd like to go back and talk a little bit about what happened between these two conversations that you had with Mr. Rosenblatt and with Mr. Rosenblatt and Redema. You indicated on on direct with Ms. Downing that you were afraid when you were talking to Sergeant Nunez that your emotions might prevent you from being able to help. But you did decide to go back near Mr. McClain to see if you could be of assistance.
Yes, I managed to get myself calmed down a little bit more before I returned.
And that's why when you were asked how you're doing, you said frustrated, but you're fine.
I said physically, I'm fine. Emotionally, I believe I was still feeling it a little bit, and that the situation was frustrating.
Now, when Officer Redema started asking you for help and said, hey, Woodyard, hey, Rosie, in a minute when this medicine kicks in, we're going to take his cuffs off and move him over to the gurney. When he said this medicine, you knew that he was referring to a chemical sedative.
I assumed it to be one, but I was not present when they were talking about ketamine.
I understand you weren't there, but it was your understanding that night that the medicine he was referring to was a chemical sedative.
I assumed that to be the case.
That was your best understanding of the situation.
I believe so.
Because you know that Aurora Fire and Rescue will give chemical sedatives if they think that there's excited delirium.
I believe that to be the case, yes.
And you believe they will also give chemical sedatives if they think a patient is combative.
I'm not 100% sure on when and when they do not. I wouldn't be able to answer that.
And I'm not asking you what their protocols are.
Okay.
Obviously, you don't work there. I am asking for your subjective personal understanding of when you thought that they would give chemical sedatives. And one of the circumstances that you personally believed they would give a sedative is if they thought that a patient was combative.
Yes, I believe that could be the case.
So you're conscious and aware that Aurora Fire Rescue will give chemical sedatives to people for excited delirium or because they're combative.
Yes.
Now, in terms of what you're supposed to do after a carotid is applied, is it fair to say that the most important thing you can do for somebody is to make sure that they're in the recovery position?
Yes.
It's the very first step in all the carotid follow-ups.
Yes.
And it applies anytime that a carotid is used.
Yes.
It's important not only that somebody gets popped up into the recovery position initially, but that they stay there.
Yes, it is.
Doesn't do any good if they start in the recovery position, but then end up not in the recovery position.
Correct.
Could we please publish Exhibit 206, page 10, bottom half? Now, this is a training slide that you received.
Sorry.
right?
Yes.
And the third bullet point there is that laying person on their stomach with their hands cuffed behind their back amplifies the condition. And we're talking about asphyxia and breathing problems here, right?
Yes.
And when we say laying somebody on their stomach, we mean prone position.
Yes.
You're conscious of the risk of leaving somebody handcuffed on their stomach.
Yes.
And that risk is that they can potentially die.
Yes.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 281, page 119. This is another training slide that you received explaining how somebody is on their stomach, it makes it harder for them to breathe. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you're conscious of this risk that if somebody is left on their stomach, it can make it harder for them to breathe.
Yes.
Let's take a look at page 118 from this same set. This side is explaining that that condition is called hypoxia when they're short of oxygen, right?
Could you repeat the question one more time?
Sure. This slide is explaining that these breathing problems can cause hypoxia, shortage of oxygen.
I think it would be hard for me to say that it defines hypoxia in this slide alone, but yes, it addresses that here.
And this idea of hypoxia, shortage of oxygen, that's something that you received training on as part of being a KOGA instructor. It's on this slide, right?
I think that may have been the academy, but yes, I have received training on this.
And so you're conscious of the risks and dangers of shortage of oxygen or hypoxia.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning at this point under 403 as misleading. A general consciousness of a risk is not relevant to whether someone is conscious of any given risk in a specific circumstance. And so it is an improper line of questioning that is irrelevant and should be stricken.
Response.
Of course, general knowledge can be applied to specific circumstances, and that's what training and real-world experience meet in the middle.
All right, I'll allow further inquiry. The objection is overruled.
Your Honor, understanding the court's ruling, may I just also state it is a legal conclusion, consciousness of risk, just to perfect the objection.
All right. And the court will instruct the jurors that we're talking about in general terms rather than legal terms at the moment.
So one of the risks that you're conscious of as a person who's gone through this training is the dangers of somebody suffering from hypoxia or shortness of oxygen.
Yes.
Let's take a look at page 120 from this same deck. In this slide explains the dangers that can arise from acidosis. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, that acidosis can result in shock or a downward spiral of somebody's medical condition that can result very rapidly in death.
Yes.
Because of your training, you were conscious of the risk of death that acidosis can present.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the next slide in the series 121. This very next slide explains that in the second bullet point, laying a person on their stomach amplifies that condition of acidosis we were just talking about, right?
Correct.
So you're aware that the dangers of acidosis get worse when somebody is laid on their stomach.
Yes.
Let's go to exhibit 207, page 1. Questions 3 through 7. This is that quiz that you took back in the academy, right?
Yes.
And even back in the academy, you correctly identified these different risks of different kinds of asphyxia, right?
Yes.
And in question 7 at the bottom, you correctly identified that it's more difficult for someone to breathe when they're in the prone position, correct?
Yes.
That prone position is when somebody's on their stomach,
Yes.
when their shoulders are both down near the ground.
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit 205, page 36. This is a training slide that you received about the dangers of people face when they complain about breathing problems. Is that right?
Yes.
And it says in bullet point 2 what you're supposed to do. If necessary, reposition the person to make sure they have an open airway for ventilation, right?
Yes.
And it also says what you're supposed to do. Maintain eyes on the subject.
Yes.
So you're aware that these are the things APD officers are supposed to do when somebody is having breathing problems.
Yes.
Let's take a look at example 206, page 122. So 206. Oh, 122. I have the wrong page number on that one. I think it's 22, not 122. I probably typed a 1. You can go ahead and take it down. Now, when you were standing near the gurney after Mr. McClain was, or while and after he's getting ketamine, and Mr. Redeema says, Woody, Rosie, in a minute here, once this medicine kicks in, we're going to uncuff him and place him on the gurney. At that point in time, you said, good or yeah, something along those lines?
Something along those lines.
You could have said to him, put this guy into the recovery position first, but you didn't.
I don't believe I saw Mr. McClain at the time.
Now, you had been moving around this whole area. First, right behind Mr. McClain, when you beckoned to Mr. Rosenblatt to come with you, right?
Yes.
And Elijah McClain was like, what, 4 feet in front of you there?
There were officers between Mr. McClain and myself.
Sure. Are you saying you didn't look at him?
No.
You just ignored Mr. McClain?
Yes.
Now, when you're by the head of the gurney, Mr. Redeema is talking to you. You looked at Mr. Redeema because he's talking to you, right?
Yes.
And he was on top of Mr. McClain.
Yes.
And when he's asking you, or when he's saying, in a minute or two, we're going to move him to the gurney, you didn't say to him, put Mr. McClain in the recovery position first.
No, I did not.
Instead, you encouraged his plan and said, yeah.
Objection to the argument of encouraging a plan, Your Honor.
Rephrase.
You agreed with his idea and said, yeah.
Of placing him in the gurney.
And what was communicated to you was that they were going to wait for a minute or two before moving Mr. McClain to the gurney.
Yes.
And you agreed with that plan.
Yes.
And you even put on your gloves to help.
Yes.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Redirect.
Mr. Woodyard, when you were agreeing to put Mr. or assist with putting Mr. McClain on the gurney, was that at the direction of paramedics?
I remember it was Officer Redeema who told me. I can't say if it was at the request of paramedics. I'm unsure.
Where were the paramedics when you were discussing where someone was requesting you help get him on the gurney?
Right next to Officer Redeema.
You were asked some questions by the prosecution about seeking to have a conversation with Officer Rosenblatt, sort of near the end of this incident. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Why did you want to talk to Officer Rosenblatt?
Because we were both involved in this call from the beginning. And there were still administrative tasks to do, like writing reports, completing other paperwork, that sort of thing.
So what I was going to ask you is, were there tasks that still needed to be done? And could you tell us what those are?
Yes. So if there's a call that warrants a report to be written, generally it's prudent if other officers are involved to write supplemental reports to be attached to that main report.
Is it sort of customary for officers to confer about dividing up those tasks?
Yes.
Is it customary when officers are dividing up administrative tasks for body cameras to be on? Trying to ask it in an open-ended way, Your Honor.
Right. Yeah, it's starting to sound a bit leading. Go ahead, you can answer.
Our policy at the time was body cameras only have to be on when in direct contact with members of the public. So yes, we would turn body cameras off to have those conversations just among officers.
Was this the kind of call that required some kind of report to be written?
Yes,
Did that have anything to do with major crimes at that point?
not at that point, no.
Um, Was there any kind of cover-up or discussion about who was going to say what?
No.
In fact, which officer is the one that you turned on the body camera when it needed to be on?
It was Officer Rosenblatt.
And why was that something that you wanted the body camera to capture?
Yes, we were in direct contact with a citizen.
And if you, as far as you know, is your interaction with Mr. McClain documented start to finish, including the time your body camera falls off?
Response.
I think that this would be within his personal knowledge, Your Honor, having reviewed the body cameras throughout the course of this trial.
Well, I think you can ask him the question in that fashion.
Based upon everything that you have seen, was your interaction with Mr. McClain documented by body camera evidence, start to finish?
Yes.
Overall.
Mr. Slothauer started cross-examination asking you about things that you would do differently if you could. Do you remember those lines of questions?
Yes.
You were asked if you could go back, would you make sure that Mr. McClain was put back into a recovery position? Do you recall being asked that?
Yes.
And if you could go back, would you?
Yes.
But at the time, Mr. Woodyard, when you saw Mr. McClain, was he in the recovery position?
Yes.
The times that we have seen on body camera when he was not, based on what we're seeing in this courtroom, did you see that at the time?
No.
You were asked questions about being aware of risks, consciousness of risk. Were you conscious of any risk to him at the time based upon your interactions with him?
No, it was not.
You were asked the question about whether if you could go back, you would tell paramedics that you had heard Mr. McClain early on saying that he couldn't breathe. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes, I do.
And independent of what you've heard on body camera, do you remember hearing him say that in the moment?
Overall.
Do you remember hearing that in the moment?
I can hear it clear as day on body camera, but I don't remember if in the very moment I heard it.
Mr. Woodyard, do you recall testifying earlier when I asked you those questions that you could hear Mr. McClain complaining that he couldn't breathe in that early interaction?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So just to confirm, back on August 24th, 2019, do you, and I'm just confirming at this point, do you remember hearing that?
I believe so.
You testified earlier that you removed the mask to aid that. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. After that mask came off and you observed Mr. McClain, did you ever hear him again complain of being unable to breathe?
No.
And so when you say that knowing what you know now, if you could go back and you could tell the paramedics that you heard him saying that he couldn't breathe at that time, back in the moment then, did you believe that he was able to breathe and that the issue had been resolved after you took his mask off?
Sustained.
But what did you believe after you took the mask off?
That there was no more medical emergency.
So back then, did you know that that's something that you would now want to tell the paramedics?
Could you ask the question one more time, please?
Well, we're asking you now, you recognize these things, but back then, is that something that you knew is something that you would want to tell the paramedics?
Back then, no.
You were asked a question about whether you would go back and tell the paramedics that Mr. McClain had thrown up inside of his mask. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Do you know that to be the case now?
Yes, I do.
Did you know that to be the case then?
No.
You were asked a question about if you could go back, would you not have done that carotid hold? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Do you feel that way based on everything that you know now?
Yes.
Back then, at the time you made the decision to do that, were you thinking about a level 2 holster? I can rephrase.
Rephrase.
Back then, when you made the decision, were you thinking about, what were you thinking about in terms of everything that you know now?
I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
Did you have the information that you have now then?
No.
We've talked a lot about everything that you would do differently if you could. Who made the decision to administer ketamine in this case?
It's fire.
Is that something that you could have gone back and changed?
No.
Did you have any reason to know at the time that fire was going to give a ketamine injection?
No.
Did you know at the time that fire was going to give 1.8 times too much ketamine in the injection?
No.
Did you trust that when medical came that they would help Mr. McClain? I think that's an open-ended question here.
Oh, I would.
Yes, I did.
That decision, anything going back in the moment that you had any control over?
It's not.
Just have one moment. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, the witness may step down. All right, folks on the jury, we're going to break for the evening. Don't inform or express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research. You know it by now, and avoid any press coverage. I'd like to have you back tomorrow morning, a little before 9:30. And we'll try to get you up here as quickly as we can afterwards to continue with the case. Have a nice evening.
Say 9:30?
9:30, yes.
Want to make sure.
Hopefully I said that right this time. All right, the jurors have stepped out. Please be seated. I'm glad somebody reminded me. I have other engagements tomorrow morning at 8:30, but anything else that the court needs to be made aware of at this time?
Judge, if I could have just 1 second.
Sure.
Judge, I think we're okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not sure who to expect tomorrow at 8:30, but I'll see all of you at 9:30. All right, the court will be in recess.
I've been trying.